Hi, hello, everyone. I don't know why I'm so nervous to start this, so I'm just going to jump in. Hello. My name is Carrie. Welcome to another plot summary video. You brought me back. I'm doing A Court of Silver Flames. First off, just want to dedicate this video to all of the best friends and partners who commented that they were watching these videos just so that they could talk to their significant other, loved ones, friends who love this series and they just didn't want to read the book. That is commitment, and you are a wonderful person in that other person's life. So good for you. Those comments really warmed my heart. How do I start this off? Like I said, with A Court of Thorns and Roses, I think that you need to read ACOTAR at the right time. That's why I understand why a lot of people have such a loyalty to it, is because this was the series that kind of was one of the main ones that got me back into fantasy and then essentially got me back into reading. So, as much as I see its faults and as much as it's fun to hate on it, there was a part of me that really loved it the first one or two times that I read it. If you're a big fantasy reader and then you come to this, I can see why people are what is this mid stuff? But I see you. I see all of you, okay? I understand. However, A Court of Silver Flames, it just was such a miss for me. Partially, yes, because if you guys know me, I don't really love smut scenes that are so filthy, and this is a filthy, dirty, nasty book. And I think that it honestly takes away from the plot. I'm trying to be a neutral party here, but I definitely enjoyed this one the least, and I think that she's kind of going, I just don't enjoy the way that she's going with the series. But again, I'm going to try and be neutral and just tell you the story and let you decide. So before I do that though, we have a sponsor. Yes, so I'm going to pass you over to Carrie, who does the marketing aspect of these videos, and then let's start the plot. Hi everyone, just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video, which is Squarespace. I have been using Squarespace for many years if you want to check out caricakes.net. But if you are interested in starting an online presence, whether it is a shop, a blog, an online community, Squarespace is a really wonderful resource. Not only is making the website itself really simple, but they have really wonderful features like incredible analytics, but also ways to make members only content for your community. They have email communications, they have really great monetization features. You can connect all of your social media accounts, etc. I just can't recommend them enough. So it's very easy. If you want to get started right now, you can go to squarespace.com and play around with it and set up your website. And then when you're ready to launch it, you can go to squarespace.com/carriecanread and get 10% off of your first website or domain. So set it up for free, launch it with squarespace.com/carriecanread. So thank you so much for always supporting this channel, and I will let you continue the story. This is absolutely wild. I can't believe we're doing another one. We actually start off with a flashback, and it's just Nesta's point of view of when she got forced into the cauldron. We don't learn anything really new, but she's got a temper and she's got a grudge, which I feel like we knew. So let's start with part 1, Novice. We start off with Cassian, who is standing in front of a door, and he is scared shitless. The leader of many armies, strong man, notorious, obnoxious soldier guy. Scared of what? He's standing in front of Nesta's door. This place is as close to a dump as you can get in Valeris, because this is a city that has quote unquote no slums. And it's odd that she's staying here because she's the sister of the High Lady, and Reese and Feyre had just built this crazy new river house. So there's an empty townhouse, an empty House of the Wind. Why is she staying in a seedy apartment? Anyway, Cassian decides to grow a pair, and he knocks on the door, and it seems like he has to. He's basically if she doesn't answer, I hope she doesn't answer, but if she doesn't answer, I'm gonna have to chase her around town. So here we go. He's not here by his own free will. And when no one answers, he's kind of whew, and he starts to turn around. Clipped, precise footsteps sounded from the other side of the door, each more pissed off than the last. He tucked his wings in tight, squaring his shoulders as he braced his feet apart, a traditional fighting stance, beaten into him during his training years, now mere muscle memory.
He didn't dare consider why the sound of those footsteps sent his body falling into it. Nesta opens the door. Just a crack. In her usual cheery nature, she's like, what? And Cassian notices that she's wearing another man's shirt. Only another man's shirt. Here we go, guys. What we learn is that after the war with Hybern, Nesta kind of went off the deep end, and she was just kind of on this binge where all she cared about was liquor and sex, and she doesn't talk to anybody except maybe sometimes Amren, definitely not Feyre. And so Cassian has been forced into this kind of messenger role between the sisters, but even Cassian hasn't spoken to her in months. They've kind of given up. Feyre wants Nesta to come by the house for something, and so Cassian is sent to collect her, and he looks at Nesta and sees, quote, her full inviting breasts. Magnificent breasts. This is the vocabulary, the word choices, and the details. I've always said this about Sarah J. Maas. It's like someone gave her a manual of words that drive me insane, like me. She wrote this book for me, is what I'm trying to say. And this is where we get some info about why Cassian avoids Nesta and her full inviting breasts. She apparently made her feelings very clear to him after the war. They had some kind of conversation that did not end well, and she apparently wants nothing to do with Cassian. And so he gives her space, all right? Feminism. But he has orders from his high lady, so he's like, Nesta, get it together, kick out that dude. And Nesta's like, what dude? And he says, you think I can't hear that male in your bedroom trying to quietly put on his clothes and sneak out the window? As if in an answer, a muffled thud came from the bedroom. So Nesta obliges, and Cassian gives her a wide berth, not just because of her temper, but because, remember, she's super powerful. And after the war, when they broke the cauldron, but then put it back together, whatever they did at the end, watch the video. Apparently, Elaine kind of lost her ability to see into the future. Amren obviously lost her powers. Apparently, Nesta lost her powers, but Cassian is still just like, just in case, I'm gonna stand on this side of the room while you brood and prepare to meet your sister that you hate. And you know what? Good idea, Cassian, because then we switch over to Nesta's point of view. This book is technically supposed to be a Nesta's point of view, but we get a lot of Cassian POV as well, just so you know. So now we're in Nesta's point of view, and it seems like she is still boiling over with power. What keeps it under control? The booze and the boys, specifically sex, music, and drink. And she also has a habit of sending all of her bar bills to Rhysand and Feyre's tab. So cool. But this is where we immediately jump into the kind of central theme of this book, which is Nesta's trauma. So do you remember in a previous book when she mentioned to Feyre that she cannot get in a bathtub because it reminds her too much of the cauldron, and she has PTSD. So we learned that she actually, for months and months and months, trained herself to be able to sit in a tub. So now she can bathe herself, which is a huge thing. But she's still super messed up about her dad and how she has all of these crazy powers, but she couldn't stop King of Hybern from snapping her father's neck. She says, some days the sheer dread and panic locked Nesta's body up so thoroughly that nothing could get her to breathe. Nothing beyond the music at those taverns, the card games with strangers, the endless bottles of wine, and the sex that made her feel nothing, but offered a moment of release amid the roaring inside of her. She's just drowning it out, honey, which doesn't work. But that's where we find Nesta. This is also the beginning of us hating Rhysand. Oh my god, I didn't know Sarah J. Maas had it in her. Remember how we kind of had a little character assassination? Another attempt. Here we go. So Nesta is kind of getting ready to go visit Feyre, which inevitably means visiting Rhysand, and we learn that Rhysand, since the end of the war, has been trying to give Nesta jobs and stuff like that to keep her busy, whatever, and Nesta completely understands that Rhysand is only doing it because of Feyre. He has no positive emotions towards Nesta, and the feeling is mutual. Once she's ready, they head out. Cassian is like, don't forget a scarf, it's gonna be chilly. He's a grandma. This is where we learn that Cassian is like low-key. He's like a badass grandma. We get to Feyre and Rhysand's new house, and Nesta cannot stress to us enough how fucking ridiculous this house is. It is so luxe, over the top, nouveau riche, ugly as hell. Feyre was allowed to pick out every single piece of furniture, every single piece of wood lining the floor, and Nesta hates every single room.
What the actual
cave bathroom? Stalactites, glitter ceiling. To your left will be the shower for 4 and the steam room.
for 4?
There's also a ton of art everywhere, and most of it is Feyre's art, and Nesta can't help but notice that there are no paintings of her or her mother. There's even one of like Elaine Feyre and her dad, and Nesta's not there. Like, it's a little much. I'm even kind of on Nesta's side here. That's a little bad. But Nesta's kind of like, well, I suppose it can't be helped. Like, they were always close to their father, and Nesta was always like the product or the project of their mother. And again, we haven't really heard that much about the mom, but she seems like a pill. So Nesta walks into the main sitting room where everyone is, and Amren is there, and this is where we learn that during this kind of time jump, it's been months since the war, they used to be besties, right? Besties. I mean, they would hang out. They did puzzles, apparently. They would like chit chat, whatever. That's over. They had some kind of argument that was really bad, and they are like enemies now. To the point where it's like really childish. Amren is like, the second Nesta walks in, like, you look fucking ridiculous. Bet you were out all night drinking and like blah, blah, blah. Like it's just immature and like very much not the found family vibes that we got through all of the other books. And as Amren's going in on Nesta is like, is this an intervention? Because Amren brings up the fact that Nesta is using all of their money. Nesta's basically like, I didn't know that like my actions were under your jurisdiction. And Amren's like, well, you're draining the Night Court's treasury, so maybe it is. Nesta's like, is this an intervention? Feyre's like, it's a discussion. Nesta's kind of like, I'm outie, like this is not my deal, not how I'm gonna spend my Saturday morning. And Rhysand is like, sit down. The raw command in that voice was utter dominance and power. Yeah, apparently because Nesta is like, has a fae body, she can't help but obey her High Lord's command, so she sits down. He also kind of goes into her like, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna listen to my wife and blah blah blah, you're such a pain in the ass, blah blah, to the point where even Feyre snaps him and is like, Rhysand, we talked about this, like you're gonna have to sit outside if you can't behave. Like, Rhysand fucking hates Nesta, okay? And Feyre's trying, but interventions don't usually go well. So let's see how this one goes. Basically, Feyre is like, I can't continue to watch you throw your life away, so we're gonna make some changes here. And Nesta's like, what kind of changes? This is when Cassian pops up with a fucking huge grin on his face, and he's like, you are coming with me to train. I believe I mentioned this in a previous plot breakdown, but Sarah J. Maas truly believes that a great way to deal with trauma, PTSD, anxiety, whatever, is physical training. And so she's sending Nesta to the gym, and Cassian's gonna be her personal trainer, and let's see how that works out. This book is like 800 pages long, so it's, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. Nesta's like looking at Cassian like, and then whips around to Feyre and is like, what? Like, I need to hear you say it. I'm not listening to this man. Like, what am I doing? Feyre is like, yeah, you're gonna go train in the Illyrian mountains with Cassian.
Military school?
And then you're also gonna work in the library at the House of the Wind, shelving books. Also, I hope you didn't leave anything important in that apartment because we are metaphorically burning it to the ground. And I think they actually do burn it to the ground. Everyone kind of braces for Nesta to explode. This is where we get a really quick mention that Helion, High Lord of the Dawn Court, is teaching Rhysand how to do like impenetrable shields, and he's practicing on Feyre. But Nesta doesn't explode, and she doesn't even really have a choice, because remember, she actually accepted Rhysand's offer to be emissary at the end of the previous book, even though she clearly didn't like actually go through with it. But because she made that kind of loose bargain with Rhysand, she can't say no, and she also should not be draining the Night Court's treasury, so she has no say. So yeah, in the morning she's going to train with Cassian, and then in the afternoons she's going to be working with Clotho in the library, and they're going to do that for a couple months and see if there has been any change in her behavior. If there isn't any change in her behavior, she is going to be sent to the human realms, which probably not great, because she's very clearly high fae and she's just going to be shunned and hated and feared. She's like, those are my only options. Nesta wants to talk to Feyre alone for a second. Rhysand is very hesitant to leave them alone. And this is where we really get the feeling that like their relationship is at stake because of Nesta. Like, Feyre will always choose Rhysand, but Feyre's trying to still love and support Nesta, and that is like really actually breaking them apart a little bit. Oh man. And I forgot to mention that actually this morning at breakfast, Rhysand pulled up the last bill that Nesta put on their tab from the bar, where apparently she just bought everybody's drink in the whole tavern. And Feyre started crying quietly into her scrambled eggs. So it's just a nasty situation going on. Families suck. So they have their sister talk, and Feyre basically just says the same thing of like, I can't watch you throw your life away. I thought maybe you just needed time away. So I let you, go to that apartment, do your thing for a while. But it was clear that like it was just getting worse. Not only did she get in a fight with Amren, but she got in a fight with Elaine. And like Nesta's whole thing is that Elaine's the only person she's nice to and she protects. So the fact that they fought, Feyre was just like, this is beyond what we can deal with. So please do this for me. But also I'm not asking because I'm your high lady. And also we are tearing down your apartment and we're going to make housing for the people displaced by the war because we're great rulers. End of discussion. And Nesta's like, fine. End of relationship. Speaking of these lovely rulers, next chapter starts off with Cassian and Rhysand talking. And remember when I mentioned how much the inner circle loves to make jokes about Feyre and Rhysand? Like, not even making jokes. They just love that they bang all the time. And they love to talk about it and they love to smile at each other about it. And it's weird. So Cassian and Rhysand are just making a lot of like sexy bro jokes. For example, Cassian is like, yeah, Rhysand, you'd better get back in the training ring too. We don't want Feyre finding any soft bits, saying that like Rhysand's getting a little pudgy. And Rhysand is like, oh, don't worry, she never finds any soft bits of me when she's around. You get that vibe. Anyway, back to business though. It seems like Rhysand is trying to promote Cassian to some new role. I don't know what's higher than general, but like, Basically, throughout the months since the war, Cassian has been back with the Illyrians because they lost a lot of people, just like trying to reorganize them, but also quell any uprising because they're always kind of pissy, getting everything back to normal. And he did a pretty damn good job of it. And Rhysand is like, great work. Now I can give you another job. And Cassian is like, Nesta's enough, okay? Like, I don't really want anything else. But too bad, because our boy Azriel, I don't know why I put him so far over here. Azriel has his plate so full. Remember, he is our spy master. He's got a lot of shit going on. The war might be over, but like, there's always a war going on, right? So he's too busy. Cassian needs to step the fuck up. He has to take on Nesta, and he has to take on role of being another kind of emissary. We'll learn more about it, but Cassian basically is going to have to deal with the mortal queens. Do you remember Vasa and and Briolin. Yeah, he's got to deal with some stuff. We'll learn about it later, but Cassian's just like, I can't say no, so yes. Cassian goes and picks up Nesta. They're gonna leave the house. Cassian turns to say goodbye to Feyre, and he's wondering if she noticed that Rhysand asked the servants to clear the house. The secret smile in Feyre's eyes told him she knew plenty about it, and what was coming for her in a few minutes. Thank the gods he was getting out of here. He'd probably have to fly into the sea itself not to hear Rhys, or feel his power when he... ... Cassian stopped himself before he could finish the thought. He and his brothers had put a good deal of distance between the stupid youths they'd been, fucking any female who showed interest, often in the same room as each other, and the males they were now. And he wanted to keep it that way. It's so funny how ACOTAR, because it was in Feyre's point of view, we have this like different image of them. And then the second we get Cassian's POV or Nesta's POV, we're like, oh, these were like fuckboys that like I would not have come anywhere near. You know that like, what would you do if you walked into an elevator and it's like a bunch of creepy ass bros? They're the creepy ass bros. The Bat Boys. I make money like so what? We get to House of the Wind. Nesta gets to stay in the room that she used to stay in. Cassian is like, by the way, if you need me, I'm the room directly above you. And Nesta's like, why the fuck do I need to know that? And he says, in case I have a nightmare and I need a bedtime story. I know where all those smutty books you have are. Because remember, Nesta loves a steamy, spicy romance. And House of the Wind has a lot of them. One would question why Rhysand has such a large collection of smut in his house. We never get that answer. And Azriel will also be staying in the house, but he's busy as hell, so we probably won't see a lot of him. So it's just going to be Cassian and Nesta in this giant house. And if you love a forced roommate trope, Sarah delivers for you. Cassian decides to give Nesta her space, so he heads into the city of Valeris to sit at the Riverside Cafe. And we do get a little more insight into his mental state right now. In the past 3 books, he's always been kind of like heroic, but he's also obnoxious, the goofball. He's definitely like the troublemaker, funny guy, right? But we learn that he still acts that way, but this is kind of his mask. Like, it's what people expect of him, so that's what he acts like. But all of this death and fighting has just really taken a toll on him, and he feels very unworthy of all the love that he's given because he is Valeris's hero. Like, everyone loves Cassian, but that just makes him feel even worse. So he's sitting there kind of feeling sorry for himself when Mor shows up. I've talked about it before, but Sarah J. Maas's writing style in this book in particular, it's just like whack, and she just gives us way too many details. So basically we have paragraphs of Cassian looking at Mor and being like, remember that time that we had sex? Yeah, I put away all those feelings. She's like a sister to me, but damn, isn't she beautiful? And there's just like pages of him talking about how gorgeous she is. And we just get like lots of physical descriptions of Mor. And literally, we are 3 pages into this new chapter and Mor hasn't spoken. Like, it's just him waxing poetic about how perfect her face is. And it's just like, Sarah, this book is 800 pages, girlfriend. Like, we gotta go. What does Mor actually have to say? Mor is actually really busy. We don't see her pretty much at all in this book, so take a good look. Don't forget her. But she is busy working with all the other kingdoms. So remember in the previous book how they were trying to get these other kingdoms to ally with them to fight Hybern. They were too chicken shit to help. But now they are trying to get everybody to sign this peace treaty to like fully put a pin in this war and just like peace on earth, right? The only problem is that the mortal queens have not signed the treaty, and so the other kingdoms are like, well, it looks like there's going to be another war, and what if we could get more land from that, and blah 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 blah. So she's basically just working on that. And it's not going that well. And speaking of the mortal queens, Moore is like, also remember Vasa and Lucian went to go help Vasa, and then Jurian randomly decided to join them even though he was like, fuck no, in the last book. Moore doesn't give us too many details, but she's kind of like, they're being weird. Like, they're really chummy, really good friends. I feel like Lucian isn't unbiased anymore. He might have a stronger allyship with Vasa than he does with us. So like, keep that in mind. I don't like this friendship brewing. Do we get more info in this book? No. There's just so much in the beginning of this book that it's like, I know that this is going to matter in like this 9th book of this series, but like, not now, Sarah. And the last piece in this info dump that Moore gives us is that, remember when part of the deal for using the Court of Nightmares troops was that Moore's father could come to Valeris? Do you remember that weird thing? So anyway, that deal still stands, but for some reason we have found out that Eris, son of Baron of the Autumn Court, remember, brother of Lucian, we remember this all, the one who like left her for dead, who she was supposed to marry, and then you remember that? Okay, so apparently he is like biffles with her dad because like he's borderline evil, whatever. He somehow is like convincing her father to like delay that visit. Moore thought that was weird, so Rhysand looked into Eris's mind and he had no ulterior motives. Seems like he's really trying to be the inner circle's ally. So that's weird. Cassian goes home. The next morning, they're eating breakfast. Cassian is trying to get Nesta to eat because they're going to be training. And she's freaking out because she has to wear fighting leathers, aka pants. And this is a quote. She'd forgotten how it felt to wear pants, the nakedness of having her thighs and ass on display. Then we get a nutrition lesson from Cassian about why it's important to eat a balance of proteins and carbs. I'm telling you, they are just at each other's throats over this breakfast. Like, they can't say anything without the other one being like, you keep your fucking opinions to yourself. Like, I don't want to eat eggs, or like whatever. She doesn't want to eat porridge. I forget what it is, but she's like having a hard time. All right. She forgot what it's like to wear pants. But we do get this little nugget where Nesta realizes that her heart is thundering. And we get a flashback to Cassian dying. And remember when he's like, I regret that we didn't have enough time together, you know, and then he lives. How awkward. He like barely he like couldn't reach her, but so he like kind of tries to kiss her, and she says it was barely a kiss and yet it shattered her entirely. She relived those moments more often than she cared to admit. Surprised no one. There's a little something going on with the roommates, okay? Nesta excuses herself from the table to go get ready, and we get many paragraphs of Cassian freaking out over the pants. Everyone's freaking out about Nesta wearing pants, okay? But he can't stop thinking about, and I quote, worshipping every inch of that spectacular backside. We also learn that he hasn't had, quote, a satisfying roll in the sheets for at least 2 years. The last time was just quick and dirty against a brick wall. That had been more than 2 years ago. It had been his hand ever since. The amount of information I know about Nesta and Cassian's masturbation tendencies because of this book, things I never wanted to know. So anyway, they winnow off to Windhaven, which is where the Illyrians train. We meet the misogynist Illyrians. Then Nesta's like, yeah, I'm not gonna train. And she just like sits down. And Cassian like does his training regimen and she just sits on the rocks. But of course, Nesta is like unable to peel her eyes off of sweaty exercising Cassian, but then Moore randomly shows up, and it's always been bad vibes, and like we never get a resolution really, but like Moore just doesn't like Nesta, especially when it comes to Cassian, and she basically just pops up to be like, you know, you don't deserve the benefit of the doubt that Cassian has given you. I would have thrown you to the human realms. And Nesta thinks that Moore is just a little busybody who's self-righteous and vain. And then nothing happens. And then she heads off to the library to do her work with Clotho. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Probably. I pronounce everything wrong. We're moving on, okay? This is my world. Clotho is the head librarian, and she's basically like, okay, you're shelving books for 5 hours. Don't make a mess. Figure it out. And to end the night, they have dinner. Cassian isn't there though. Nesta just like holds up her goblet or whatever and is like, wine. And it fills up with water. And she's like talking to the house. She's just like, what? Did they tell you that I can't have any wine? I want wine. And whoever magically refills her glass refuses to give her wine. So I guess she is not allowed to consume alcohol anymore. But that's the end of our first day of her intervention, her tough love camp. But where has Cassian been? He decided to head into the human realms because remember, along with Nesta, he has this new job of finding out stuff about the mortal queens, right? So he heads to the human realm so he can talk to Vasa and Lucian. And Lucian shows up and he's like, hey, by the way, Eris is here. I hope that's okay. And Cassian is like, no, like what? This becomes a really big part of the book, but Cassian is really good on the battlefield. He's very confident in the decisions that he makes there. He's good at what he does. But what he isn't good at is kind of what Rhysand does, which is more of the kind of political, diplomatic battlefield. On the battlefield, Cassian is like, there's a clear enemy, right? There's our side and the other side. But when it comes to doing this kind of political dance, he is not good at it, and it just makes him feel really shitty because he's not good at it. And so dealing with Lucian, he's like, I don't really like this dude, but like we've got a rapport. I don't mind dealing with him, but dealing with Eris as well, like this is a whole nother weird layer that I don't understand. Like he kind of is our ally, but he could be bad. Like what? He doesn't know how to deal. Okay. And we also get an update on our boy Tammy, who has returned to the spring court, and Lucian during those months must have somehow, you know, rebuilt that friendship that we thought was ending forever. And so Cassian asks how Tamlin is, and Lucian is just like, But anyway, back to Eris. Why is he here? He noticed that a couple dozen of his soldiers from the Autumn Court just went missing, like poof. And they even used these magical dogs, which we get 2 whole, like massive paragraphs explaining how these dogs work. Couldn't get any scent of them, but they did get a weird scent of human, which is why Eris is in the human realm talking to Vasa to be like, have you seen random dudes walking around, random fairies in soldier uniforms? They're mine. Cassian is getting actual headaches trying to think of like how he can talk to Eris, like how he can ask questions without revealing too much of what he knows and stuff like that. So he decides like, fuck it, I can't talk to Eris. Why don't I just talk to Vasa? And he's like, hey Vasa, how are your evil sisters doing? And Vasa's like, you know, I'm wondering the same thing because it certainly sounds like the soldiers are their work. And the only one of them that would be crazy enough to go to war and is like, you know, angry enough is Brialyn. Brialyn is the one who went into the cauldron right after Nesta and Elaine, and the cauldron was pissed. And so it made her immortal, but it also made her like old and ugly. So she hates Nesta, like Nesta's number 1 on her shit list. Vasa's like, it's Brialyn for sure. And this is just a really long part of this chapter, but we're again in Cassian's POV and we just see that he actually has a really bad temper. Again, he's like this happy-go-lucky kind of funny guy. But the second she says Brialyn, like, and how much she hates Nesta, he is like, I'm gonna kill her. Like, I hate this woman who hates Nesta. And he also like wants to kill Eris because remember, he's the one who left more to die on, you know, he's just really like, if anybody hurts anyone that he loves, he's like, I'm gonna kill them. That's the only way. That's the only option. But how could Brialyn be doing things, right? Because the powers that they got, the sisters can winnow, which is a cool thing, but they can't winnow unless they're all together. And 3 of the queens just like pieced out. So Brialyn can't go anywhere. Like, who's helping her? And that's when Vasa is like, I've got an idea. It's Koshai. I looked it up. It says that it's pronounced Koshai. All right, we're embarking on another pronunciation journey. So who is Koshai, you ask? He is the death god that put the whole fire bird curse thing on Vasa in the first place. He's also the bone carver's brother. Everybody, all the death gods are related, all right? The weaver, the bone carver. He is imprisoned in a lake And Voss is like, the story is honestly too long to tell, and this book is already too long, so I'm going to skip that. But he's obsessed with freeing himself. And Voss is like, I'm sure he thinks he could, if he helps the queens, they'll let him out. So he's most likely, Koshai and Briolin are working together because they're both evil. And Cassian does not like the sound of that, because apparently if Koshai gets out of the lake, it's like the end of the world or something, which is not good. Cassian is like, okay, Vasa, that was enlightening. Bye. Thank you for all that horrible news, and starts to leave. Eris follows him out and is like, hey, dude, like, what's your plan? I want in. And Cassian is like, why? And no. But Eris is like, listen, bro. Okay, put aside your anger for a moment. I need to help you guys. Like, I need to be in on this. And Cassian is connecting the dots, and he's like, the only thing you want is to be High Lord of the Autumn Court. Why do you care about this whole Briolin thing? Eris is like, my father, High Lord of the Autumn Court, pledged all of his troops to Briolin. So he's gonna ally. I need to take this fucker down, which means I need to take Briolin down. So we're going to be buddies whether you like it or not. And he's also like, when my father came back from his meeting with Briolin, the soldiers that he brought with him were super weird. Like they acted funny. And the soldiers that went missing that he was looking for also had that like weird personality going on that he like couldn't figure out. And Eris is like, and I'm telling you this because I'm trusting you. Don't go after my dad yet, because I'm the only one who knows that he is helping the human queens. So if you were to mention that to him, he would know that I spilled the beans. So like, I'm trusting you to keep that on the down low. And also, I just want to be clear, I'm not doing this for Prithian. I just want to be head of the Autumn Court. So I'm doing this for me, but can't we all benefit, you know, from my selfishness? And he's also like, final nugget for you, my dude, before I let you go. Briolin told Baron that she would give him all of her troops to like whatever he wants. She was like, whatever you want, I'll give it to you, as long as you give me any one of the sisters. Just thought you ought to know. And Eris is like, peace. Back at House of the Wind, Nesta decides she wants to get out of the house whenever she kind of gets too deep into her head. We will see that this is her coping mechanism. And remember, the only way to get out of the House of the Wind is either flying or walking down the 10,000 steps. And Nesta's like, I'm high fae now. I can do that. And she starts walking, and she can't. She makes it like a couple hundred steps, I think, and in her fatigue, she starts to have these violent flashbacks to her father's last words. She's starting to pass out. She turns around to climb back up to the house, and she smacks her face into Cassian's chest. He had gotten back from meeting with Eris and everybody. He told Rhysand everything that went down, and he was like, okay, keep meeting with Eris. This sounds like a good thing, but like, you know, be careful with him. And Cassian is like, isn't this really more of a job for like a spy master? Like, don't we have one of those? And Rhysand is like, nope, he's too busy. Cassian, this is your job. So Cassian begrudgingly like flies back home, realizes exactly what Nesta is up to, and he just kind of like waits in the shadows until she's about to pass out. And then he like casually shows up leaning on the stairs. This is where he's like, by the way, the option of physically training with me is wide open. So, and Nesta's just like, and goes to bed. The next morning, Azriel, Cassian, and Nesta are having breakfast, and this is where I just want to show you, like, in ACOTAR 1, 2, 3, I feel like they definitely, like, Rhysand and Feyre had those, like, sexual jokes, like, when they would kind of flirt with each other, especially when, like, Rhysand was trying to distract her when she was scared. They had that going for them, but I feel like Sarah J. Maas kept, I don't know, she wanted to keep, like, a certain fairy tale feeling to it, you know, versus her vibe in Crescent City, which is, like, modern day reality TV, crass, whatever. In this book, she doesn't try to keep any of that proper fairy tale feeling. I'm gonna read this out loud to you just to illustrate how they speak to each other. So basically, Nesta is trying to prove that her legs aren't jello. So she's trying to like get up from the table without shaking. She like pushes herself off the table with like all of her upper body. You know, she cheats. Cassian shoveled more eggs into his mouth and said around them, "Doesn't count when you use your hands to do most of the work." Nesta schooled her face into utter disdain, even as a hiss rose inside her. I bet that isn't what you've been telling yourself at night. Azriel's shoulders shook with silent laughter as Cassian set down his fork, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Cassian's voice dropped an octave. Is that what those smutty books teach you? That it's only at night? It took a heartbeat for the words to settle, and she couldn't stop it, the heat that sprang to her face, her glance at his powerful hands. Even with Azriel now biting his lip to keep from laughing, she couldn't stop herself. Cassian said with a wicked smile, it could be any time. Dawn's first light, or when I'm bathing, or even after a nice, long, hard day of practice. She didn't miss the slight emphasis he put on long and hard. So, like I said, we learned a lot about Cassian's relationship with his hand. Nesta's coming next, don't worry. And regardless of the riveting conversation that Nesta just had, she refuses to train. So she still shows up at the Illyrian camp, but just like sits on her ass and watches Cassian do his exercises. He finishes training and he's like, listen, before we fly back to House of the Wind, I need to do some stuff. So why don't you stay in this little cottage and be warm? It ends up, it's Rhysand's mom's old house. Nesta sits down, he like lights a fire for her and she's kind of looking at the fire and she's clearly uncomfortable. And he's like, okay, girl, like if you don't want to stay here, there are some shops. And so off she goes. She basically wants to get her leather made warmer. Like the leather is not warm and she's like, I'm fucking freezing here. So she goes into a shop and there is a girl working there. The first thing Nesta notices about this girl is that she has wings because she's Illyrian, but her wings are like cut up and scarred and disfigured and stuff. And she also notices that she has an annoying customer. Nesta kind of uses her nasty attitude to help this like really annoying man who's clearly harassing the shopkeeper. They manage to get him out, and so the girl strikes up a conversation with Nesta. Turns out her father is the one behind the scars because Illyrian women aren't supposed to be able to fly. And she finally sticks her hand out and is like, hi, I'm Emery. Emery. To which Nesta is like, hi, I'm Nesta. And she's like, oh, I know. You killed King Hybern. You ripped his head right off, girl. So we're going to see more of our sharp little Emery, but Nesta leaves with Emery's promise that she will make her leather pants warmer. After that, Cassian finds her, picks her up. They go back to the House of the Wind, where she needs to go back and work on her library job. Same thing, Clotho gives her books to shelve, and while she is shelving, this bowl of soup, specifically pork and bean soup, keeps appearing everywhere. And Nesta is like, I'm not hungry. And we realize that it is the house. The house itself is a sentient being. That's who has been like filling her wine cup with water. So Nesta is just like talking to herself like, I don't want pork and bean soup. And suddenly this person appears and is like, who are you talking to? And it's another acolyte. It's another priestess who works in the library. She introduces herself as Gwen. She's clearly high fae, but like something else. And Gwen is sort of like, why aren't you working? Nesta's just like sitting around yelling about soup. Gwen is like, what are you doing? And Nesta's like, I'm taking a break. And Gwen's like, you've been here for like 30 minutes. Like what? They become pretty fast friends. They just click for some reason. But then Nesta suddenly remembers why people work in the library. And if you remember, Rhys actually set up the library kind of as a sanctuary for priestesses who have had some kind of horrible experience. So a lot of them have been sexually assaulted. A lot of them are like really scarred, or they can't speak. Like they're just very traumatized. And so all of a sudden Nesta's voice kind of gets this pitying tone, and Gwen picks up on it and she's like, don't you dare pity me, girl. She's like, please just speak to me like a person. And Nesta is like, oh honey, like you wouldn't like how I speak to other people. And Gwen's like, try me. And Nesta's just like, get the fuck out of my face. And Gwen smiles real big. It was a bright thing that showed most of her teeth and made her eyes sparkle in a way Nesta knew her own never had. And Gwen's just like, ooh, you're good, girl. She's walking away. She's like, you're real good. Nesta registers that as a friendly conversation, and she's like, damn, 2 in one day, Gwen and Emery. I'm on a roll. We get some more cute moments of the house taking care of Nesta. Nesta finally eats her pork and bean soup, in case you're wondering. And as a reward, she is given a piece of chocolate cake afterwards. Cassian just strolls in and like starts eating the cake, and Nesta's like, give that back. And Cassian's like, you know, if you trained with me, you would learn how to disarm me, but you can't, so I'm taking it. But he's nice, so he does actually give her the cake back. But you understand, he's not letting her go in terms of you need to train, right? But even after being like lovingly tucked in, like she's got cake, I think they got like hot chocolate or something, the house tucks her in lovingly, makes it all cozy and warm without a fire. Nesta still manages to have a really horrible nightmare. So she wakes up sweating and she just takes off again down those stairs. She runs so far that her legs just give out and she ends up falling, and it feels like she's gonna fall just like right off the mountain. But then she like catches herself and her hand like melds with the stone steps, and there's like sparks fly, and then she sees that she left a giant handprint. She saved herself, but she somehow used her power, which like she doesn't really know how her powers work. So she's like, that was a nice save, but also, oh shit. And she climbs back up to the house. This book has a lot of choppy chapters, so if it seems like I'm just like jumping around, it's because that's how the book is. So we get that little moment of like, by the way, yeah, Nesta still has powers, okay? Things are getting a little juicy in the house. The house is trying to stir up drama. She locks all of the doors so that Nesta is forced to eat dinner with Cassian and Azriel. Like she can't go anywhere else. Quite smart. Good job, house. Nesta goes into the dining room to eat lunch with Azriel and Cassian, and she randomly starts shit-talking Rhysand, and Cassian gets really pissed. Nesta's just like, what? I hate him. And Cassian's like, good. He hates you too. Everyone fucking hates you. Is that what you want? Because congratulations, it happened. And Azriel let out a long, long breath. This is when randomly Feyre shows up. Cassian had like stormed out, right? Feyre shows up to kind of like check how everything's going. He kind of fills her in on what happens. And Feyre's like, no, Cassian, like Nesta doesn't hate you. Trust me, I've seen what her hate looks like. She doesn't hate you, you know, just give her time, keep it going. And what do you know? They look over to the training ring that's like in the House of the Wind, and Nesta's standing in it. What I didn't mention is that in that argument that they just had where they started screaming at each other, Nesta was very insistent that she would not train at Windhaven, specifically at Windhaven. And that's when it clicks. Cassian is like, duh, Nesta is like the most proud person I know. Like her ego is big and easily bruised. So of course she doesn't want to train in front of all of these misogynistic asshole Illyrians. We should be training in private where she can fall on her beautiful ass and like not worry about it, you know? So he goes into the ring and he's like, listen, I'm gonna make this deal real sweet. I am gonna train you for an hour. Then I, Cassian, will owe you, Nesta, a favor. And they shake on it. And we know in this world, bargains mean that you get tattoos. So Cassian really wants to know where his is. So he starts just like ripping off his clothes. It's not on his arm, so he peels off his shirt. He scans the muscles, the planes of his torso, nothing. And then he turns and there is one right in the middle of his back. And he knows that Nesta has a matching one there too. Woohoo. So he turns back to Nesta to be like, I found it. We have matching tattoos. And Nesta is just like staring at his muscles. Honestly, there were so many muscles she couldn't count them all. Muscles on his damned ribs. She didn't know people could have them there. And those ones that flowed into his pants like a golden arrow pointing to exactly what she wanted. We're reaching the point where I can no longer read out loud some of these things. So Nesta starts her training and she needs to start from the very basics. She doesn't do physical activity, right? She's a bookworm like us. She does like stretching. She does a lot of footwork. And by footwork, I mean literally like strengthening her feet, which she finds very strange. And Cassian's just like, listen, it's not a kink. It's just something you got to do. Trust me. He also starts teaching her breathing exercises. This is how I stay focused. This is how I calm down. This is how I deal with pain. Like, breathing exercises, legitimately, even outside of this book, are very important. And immediately, Nesta feels the benefits of that. I feel like if Cassian hadn't taught her the breathing exercises, she would have been like, fuck this training thing, I'm out. But day one, she actually learned something that helped control her anxiety. And she was like, oh shit, this works. They pretty much end on good terms. Instead of doing the 1 hour of training promised, she did 2 hours, okay? And before she goes in to work at the library, Cassian is like, hey, by the way, I didn't mean what I said about, how everybody hates you. And Nesta's like, no, you did. Like, everybody does hate me. And he's like, no, you're here because we don't hate you, Nesta. We're trying to help you. And he's like, I really want you to know, like, emphasis, big eyes, like, I don't hate you, Nesta. I don't hate you at all. And before she walks into the house, she says quietly, and I've never hated you, Cassian. It wasn't until she vanished down the stairs that he released the breath he'd been holding. Nesta's in the library, again, at work. Gwen has been like making Nesta do her work for her. Like, she just keeps coming up to Nesta's cart and putting her books on Nesta's cart and just walking away. And I think it's so funny. But Gwen actually does work for like another boss. She doesn't just work for Clotho. She works for another researcher, librarian person named Meryl. And Gwen is in a crisis because she accidentally gave Meryl the wrong book, and like Meryl's a pill. And so if she finds out that Gwen messed up, like Gwen's never going to hear the end of it, blah, 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 blah. So she's like, Nesta, I need this particular book. Have you seen it? I can't find it, yada, yada, yada. They both look for it, can't find it. Gwen runs off in a panic. Nesta's like, okay, bye. But then Nesta's like, hey, house, do you know where this book is? And then just poof, in her hand is the right book. So damn, that's handy. What is this book about? Let me tell you. Let me know if this sounds familiar. Gwen explained previously that her supervisor is obsessed with researching the existence of different realms, different worlds. And she's interested in like if there's any overlap, maybe we're occupying the same space, but we're separated by time and a whole bunch of other things, blah, 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 blah. Gwen is like, I can't explain this to you because I barely understand it myself. But she's like, some philosophers believe that there are 11 worlds. Some say there's as many as 26. That's an interesting little tidbit. I wonder why that was written about in this book. But also, along with the different realms thing, her boss is interested in something called the Valkyries. What are the Valkyries? Her boss is writing a comprehensive history of these female warriors that are apparently even better fighters than the Illyrians. They're all different kinds of fae. They had 3 different levels to them. There were novices, and then you became a blade, and then you finally became a Valkyrie, which is like the highest honor in the land, like super duper bad ass, okay? And then after one of the huge wars, they were either all killed or they just died of old age, so there are no longer any Valkyries. But before we can get any more info about anything else, Gwen is like, okay, but I really gotta go, so bye. So it seems like Nesta has made a friend, which is lovely. Great. Now we're in Cassian's point of view. We are traveling to none other than the Spring Court, where this all began. Cassian and Rhysand are there. Cassian is having a rough time because he has allergies. He's like, I don't know why, but every time I'm in the Spring Court, I just get so itchy and I hate it. So yeah, he's a little sniffly, itchy mess, but they have to go meet Eris. They're talking about how they're going to ally and stuff like that. And Eris is sort of like, why don't we just kill the queens? And Cassian is like, that's a very bad idea. Like, if we did that, we would start a war, Eris. And he looks at Rhysand like, right? And Rhysand is like, I mean, only if we're sloppy about it. But at the end of the day, Rhys is like, well, that would actually cause a lot of problems. So like, maybe we shouldn't kill women. But then we get some piping hot tea, which is that Tamlin, how has he been doing lately? Not well, guys. He went into his beast form and like hasn't come out. He's just running around the spring court. Apparently he like low-key destroyed his house. It's kind of anarchy. Like he's not acting like a high lord, so like there's no structure. The tithe is gone. So maybe Feyre got what she wanted all along. Basically, he's in a deeply depressed episode, and Cassian is sort of like, sounds like he's getting what he deserves. And Rhysand is like, but also, this is bad. Eris is like, my dad would love to take over the spring court since it seems like they're lacking a high lord right now. So if Baron can get Briolin's help, he's going to take over the spring court, and then he's probably going to try and take over all of Prythian, and it's going to be nuts. So at the center of all of their problems is Briolin, right? Eris is like, basically, tell Azriel to get his shit together. I'll be able to hold my dad back for like a couple months, but after that, like, it's out of my hands. There's nothing I can really do. You've turned into quite the little traitor, Rhysand says. I told you years ago what I wanted, Eris said. His father's throne. Why? Cassian asked. Eris says, for the same reason I left Morrigan untouched at the border. You left her to suffer and die there, Cassian spat. Did I? Eris said. Perhaps you should ask Morrigan whether that's true. I think she finally knows the answer. And he leaves. What a weird little scene, but basically, Briolin's fucking things up. Eris is going to try and help us out. Rhysand has no issue killing queens. Back at House of the Wind, we have another scene of Nesta trying to run up and down the stairs. She makes it a little farther this time. And then when she climbs back to the house gives her a smutty romance, gives her a bath with salts to ease her pain, and a chocolate cake. We get a lot of these scenes. Basically, anytime that Nesta makes any little step forward in her training or just in her self-growth, the house is like, have some cake and a bath and some romance. And it works, man. Back at the library, Nesta finds herself one day looking down at where Bryaxis used to live, and it's still like dark and creepy down there. Which, by the way, we never found Bryaxis. Like when ACOWAR ended, like that was Feyre and Rhysand, that's their next adventure. They're gonna go off together and find Bryaxis. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. We still don't know where Bryaxis is. So allegedly the library's empty, but Nesta's looking down there and she just feels like in her gut something dark. And she's just like staring, and she feels like it's staring back. And then she hears someone just go, hey, what are you looking at? And it's Gwen. And then she's kind of like, but seriously, girl, like back away, because I have this weird little rock that glows when there's danger. More on that later. And it's glowing, so we should back away. And why don't you come with me to the stacks? All right. Also, Gwen just randomly is like, I don't know what's down there, but it feels like a cat or something. And then they just like climb the stairs to get out. Keep that nugget, because that's just too weird. Why would Gwen say that? Anyway, it turns out that this rock is called the Invoking Stone. And it's similar to the siphons that like Cassian's is red and Azriel's is blue. It like helps control power. It's supposed to help for healing and protection. So she has like a little magic up her sleeve, this priestess. Gwen is also like, what's wrong with your legs? Because Nesta like can't walk because she's so sore from training. So she starts telling her like, yeah, you know, I'm working with Cassian. We're like trying to bulk up, blah, blah, blah. And Gwen seems quite interested in training. And Nesta kind of takes notice of that. But then Gwen also kind of hints at like, she feels like she's not worthy to really, she's not like on the same level as the other priestesses. So that's why she kind of like hangs back and stuff. She's like, I'm glad that you're doing something, but like, I gotta go back to work because I'm an unworthy piece of shit, which is what every character in this book feels about themselves, by the way. Cassian, Nesta, now Gwen, these unworthy, sad people. And that, of course, makes Nesta feel much closer to Gwen. So friendship leveling up. Speaking of friendships leveling up, we're in the training rink again. And Cassian is making Nesta squat. She hates it so much. But eventually they get on the topic. Neither of them know who brings it up first. But Cassian starts talking about his mom and his childhood and how rough it was. He just like really opens up to her, and then he like immediately like closes the shutters. Like you can see that he's like oversharing, and he realizes that, and he just like shuts down. When Nesta sees that, she feels really bad. Like she was genuinely enjoying hearing about his life and like connecting and blah, blah, blah. And she realizes that like she's treated everyone, but like especially Cassian so badly that even though he wants to be open with her, he's so nervous and untrusting still. And she has that little moment of self-reflection. The conversation dies and she's like, okay, let's train some more. And off they go to keep squatting. For dinner, the house refuses to feed Nesta, so she has to go down to the dining room and eat with Cassian, where the good vibes kind of ended. They start to have a fight because Cassian is like, by the way, like your power, like I know you have it. Like, why don't you try and access it? And she's just like, no, thank you. And he's like, come on, like, why don't you try? And she's like, fuck off, you know? They have a big fight. Somehow, Nesta ends up slamming Cassian up against the wall. They have a moment. Cassian is like rubbing his nose up and down her neck, that kind of thing. The amount of times that the words liquid desire is used in this book, more than once. And then he tells her what he and his hand will be thinking about tonight. Okay. And then we get this scene. All right, so when they meet each other the next morning at the breakfast table, it's awkward. They're both very aware of what both of them were doing that night. They like won't look at each other's hands. It's like very weird. Pretty much from here until part 3, we're gonna have like huge amounts of smut and like pages and pages and pages and pages of it, where I feel like she just really liked writing the smut scenes like these. Just buckle up, okay? I can't even warn you ahead of time. Just buckle up. They finally get themselves to the training ring. This time they are working on their abs, all right? We hear a lot about how Cassian's muscles ripple. Ripple is a word that is used a lot in this book. And then we get many, many pages to explain to us what the blood rite is, which we vaguely got that explanation previously. It's where the Illyrians are dropped onto a mountain and they need to basically fight their way to the top, and if they reach the top they win the blood rite, and it's like this really huge honor. Most people die, and Rhysand, Cassian, and Azriel competed. They all got dropped off in different places, but they found each other and they all made it to the top of the mountain together. Yeehaw. Great work, guys. Okay? And then they talk about women fighting because the Illyrians are notorious for not allowing women fighters. And that's when Nesta asks a very interesting question, which is, can I bring Gwen to train? Cassian is pretty much like, I'll train anyone that you bring into the ring, but I don't think she'll want to. And Nesta's like, well, why not? She seemed into it. And he's like, it's not super my story to tell, but like she was at one of the temples where like the priestesses were either killed or like violently raped. So I don't know if she like wants to leave the library, if she wants to be around me. Like, I just don't think she's into it. But like, if you can get her here, sure. But just like, don't have high expectations, basically. But Cassian essentially said, okay, so that makes Nesta really happy, and she heads to the library. She asks Clotho, hey, what do you think? Can I hang a little paper on our bulletin board and tell people to sign up? And Clotho kind of echoes Cassian's sentiment of, fine, cool idea, but I really doubt you're gonna get anybody. Like, you have my blessing, but like, don't have high hopes, girlfriend. And sure enough, weeks pass, and no one has signed up. We suddenly get a weird surprise visit from Elaine, who's just kind of like, hey sis, just wanted to check up on you. And remember, they had some kind of tiff before the book started. Basically, Nesta feels like Elaine picked Feyre, even though Nesta was like always the one standing up for her, whatever. And Nesta's whole thing is like, if you think that there's a little bit of good about me, I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'm going to be like really evil to you. So the fact that Elaine is like still nice to Nesta is like pushing her even harder away, right? They have this big fight. Elaine, who has been here for all of like 5 minutes, runs back to Rhysand and was like, take me home. And so her and Rhysand fly off. Cassian is like, what the fuck, Nesta? Like, you had a visitor for 5 minutes and you already made her literally fly away. Nesta doesn't want to talk about it and she starts running down the stairs again. When she finally reaches the 1000th-ish step, which is great for her, she turns back. And when she gets to the top of the stairs, Cassian is obviously waiting for her. He's like, what set you off? Like, what did Elaine say to you? And instead of answering that question, Nesta is just like, why isn't anyone signing up for training? And Cassian is like, okay. So everybody's on a different timeline. You know, we're all healing from various trauma. Like, your timeline is different from, think of Rhysand, or think about how Feyre has healed. And Nesta is like, I do not want to talk about Feyre healing. And Cassian is like, okay, well, I'll tell you my story. And he talks about how he wanted to get revenge for his mom because, again, like, his mom was killed or something like that. And he, like, burnt his village down. Like, spared the women and children, but anyone who touched his mother or, like, didn't help his mother, he killed. And it took him, like, 10 years to get over that. And he's like, so you can take 10 years, Nesta. You can take 20. Like, I'll still be here. He's basically like, you can keep throwing shit at me, but I'm not like the others. I'm built different. I'm not gonna break and blah, 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 blah. And he, like, smirks thinking, like, what's she gonna say to that? Huh? And he's still looking down at her all smug when she grabs the front of his leather jacket. Nesta told herself that it was to knock that smirk off his face when she curled her fingers in the leather and hauled her mouth to his. We made 200 pages, guys. We made it. They kiss, much like they argue, where Nesta feels like she won the argument, so she pulls back, and then Cassian's like, I've got more to say. You know, the verbiage. It's after that, Cassian has a look of disappointment or regret on his face, and that somehow cools any fire in Nesta. Basically, she looks at him, he looks like he's regretting what just happened, and so instead of being like, what was that, she's basically just like, wow, that was quick, just because he made a mess in his pants, and leaves him on the stairs. And we are only 30% of the way through this book, and I already had to do a dramatic scroll through of the smut, so I hope you guys know how much I love you. Now, luckily, this book is in multiple POVs in case you guys are as bad as reading the room as Nesta is, because duh, the look of disappointment on Cassian's face was not because of the kiss. It was because he made a mess in his pants, obviously. To quote him, it was because he found pleasure, but not Nesta. And he should never have allowed such a thing to happen. He left her unsatisfied, and he's very upset and distracted by it. But no time for smut. Asriel arrives. Asriel, jokingly, but not jokingly, has deemed himself their chaperone. And he missed quite a show. Asriel is like, we're all needed down at the river house, including Nesta. So, like, it's gotta be bad if they're bringing Nesta somewhere. So off they go. We get to the house. The gang is all there. Except for Moore, because Moore is just not in this book, and we're gonna accept that. Oh, and Elaine isn't there either because Elaine also doesn't do shit. I already mentioned this, that Feyre has a shield around her, but like in the beginning it was like Rhysand is just learning how to use them and he's practicing, but like she's stuck in one all the time, to the point where Cassian tries to give her a kiss on the cheek and it like he bounces off of this invisible shield. So that's weird. So what is the news from Asriel? Asriel is like, finally found out what Briolyn is doing. What is she up to? She wants to find the cauldron because she wants to make herself pretty again, because that's her thing. Amren is like, well, she's shit out of luck because the only people who know where the cauldron is are Miriam and Draken, because at the end of ACOWAR, they gave the cauldron to Miriam and Draken and were like, please don't tell us where it is, hide it somewhere safe. And they're very good at hiding, as we learned from the last book. So cauldron, they're not gonna find it. And Asriel is like, yeah, she knows, but she has got Koshke. What did I say it was? Anyway, she's got the death god on her side, and he wants something called the Dread Trove, which is gonna free him from the lake, and then apparently he is promised to help her, whatever, okay? Now we're gonna find no more cauldron business. Now we're obsessed with the Dread Trove. What is the Dread Trove? So Amren tells us that the cauldron made a couple more objects. They are called the Dread Trove. According to legend, there might be more, but like usually the legend says that there's 3, and it is the mask, the harp, and the crown. The mask can raise the dead. So if you wear it, you can like summon and control the dead. So the harp can open any door, physical or otherwise. And the crown can influence anyone, even piercing through the mightiest of mental shields. So basically mind control, right? Nesta is basically like, someone lost those? Like, wouldn't you keep a fucking eye on those? Like, how do you misplace that? Rhysand is like, how dare you judge my people, basically. Time is long, man. Like, there were wars, okay? Anyway, so the reason that Nesta is here, though, is because they are worried that Briolin might also have some powers from the cauldron. And so Feyre is like, Nesta, can you actually tell us like what happened in that cauldron? Because she's never spoken about it. And Cassian immediately jumps in to be like, listen, maybe it's not a good time, you know, trying to protect her because he knows that this is really traumatic for her. But Nesta uses her breathing technique to calm herself down, and she's able to speak about it. Feyre's eyes were shining with some emotion Nesta couldn't place. She looks at Cassian and he gives her a soft smile. Like her just saying those few words was worth something. And so she feels like she finally did something good for once. So finally we have a scene where, yeah, Rhysand was kind of a dick, but like overall, I would say this is a positive scene. Good job, Nesta. All of this information is just to say that Briolin is looking for these things. If she gets her hands on it, it's really bad. And then she's also going to free the death god, and it's just going to be the end of the world. So we need to find those objects first. And we get a few pages of like all the bros trying to do like this massive plan of like espionage and how do we find this and blah, blah, blah. And Elaine just walks in and is like, I'll find them. Good old Nesta, still protecting Elaine, is like, absolutely the fuck not. You are not Elaine. Because the last time that Nesta tried to do scrying to find the cauldron, Elaine got kidnapped, right? So she's like, no, we aren't doing this finding the fucking objects thing again. Like that doesn't work for us. Elaine is like, I'm not a child anymore, Nesta, like blah, blah, blah. And Nesta's like, don't you remember the cauldron kidnapping you? And Elaine is like, yeah. And I remember Feyre rescuing me. Shot through the heart. Yeah, Feyre rescued Elaine, not Nesta. Nesta says a bunch of nasty things to Elaine like, wow, you finally grew a pair. Wow, you're finally interesting. Like, you're so boring, but like weird childish stuff. And then finally Elaine is like, listen, you are so obsessed with how my trauma affects you, not how my trauma affects me. Nesta always uses like Elaine's experiences to add to Nesta's own little like trauma treasure trove. But Elaine is like, but like, that's my trauma to deal with. Okay, stop, like, back off. All right. Elaine starts walking out and is just like, listen, call me when you want to start finding these fucking objects. I'll be in my garden. And Nesta whips around to Feyre and is like, you're high lady. You're a fucking trained warrior. Can't you go? And Feyre's like, no, I can't go. She looked at Rhys, who nodded, his eyes shining. I can't risk it. Why? Snapped Nesta. Because I'm pregnant.
On this big landmark night, with a goal of priceless quality.
And then Cassian just connected the dots and realized that he's gonna be an uncle, and he is so fucking pumped. We just learned that there is a plan to very soon end the world, and he's like, oh fuck yeah, this is great. Azriel and Cassian tackle Rhysand. They realize why he's been so prickly and like why he's been shielding Feyre. It's a great grand old time. We get a little scene of Azriel and Cassian talking about how they're excited to be uncles. And then Cassian is like, listen, Azriel, just don't push Nesta in terms of like scrying. Like, I think we can get her to do it, but just like don't push her. Like, I know everyone wants her to do it ASAP. And Azriel's kind of like, I got it. Like, I'll help you. Azriel sure as hell doesn't want Elaine doing this either. So he's like, yeah, okay, like I'll help you, you know, calm them down and give Nesta some time before Elaine has to do any of the dangerous stuff, okay? And I should also mention this tiny little tidbit that's just thrown in there. But do you remember how Azriel was obsessed with Mor? And there was like that weird love thing going on. It seems like he's no longer obsessed. And Cassian notices and wonders why. Oh. They also then start talking about if they ever want to have kids. You know, uncle's great, but could we be dads? And then Cassian is like, oh, damn it. That's right. I forgot to pleasure Nesta. She's got one up on me. So he walks out of the room and he calls back to Azriel. He's like, turn a blind eye, chaperone. And heads to the house. Wasting no time. We're back at the house. We're in Nesta's room when knock, knock, knock. It's Cassian. She's reading in bed. She opens the door. Cassian has never seen Nesta with her hair down before. She always has it up in this like crown braid thing, you know? So he's like immediately like, whoa, oh God. And he jumps right in. He's like, I'm here to settle the debt. Like I've got an IOU for last time. We have some unfinished business. And Nesta is like, bullshit. You look like you regretted that so much. Like, what are you talking about? And Cassian is like, you cannot read people, Nesta. And he explains what he really regretted, which we know, right? Nesta decides that this isn't worth fighting. And she's like, listen, just to clarify, this is just sex, which we've never heard before, right? Something shifted in his expression, but he said, right, just sex. And then Cassian grabs his shirt, heads for the door, and he's just like, all right, we're even now. And he leaves. And that scene was, quote, as close to a religious experience as Cassian had ever had. It rocked him to his very core. So happy for the two of them. The next day, we're back in the training rink. No time to rest, guys. The two of them like both decide that this is going to be a game of like who can pretend that they're the least affected. I would pay authors, not just Sarah J. Maas, authors everywhere, pay so much money to just like have them not use the word cock. Unless it's like an insult. It's just used so much in this book. I hate it. Azriel is here training and Nesta asks for a demonstration. She's like, I'm sore, hot boys, fight for me, okay? This is when we get one of the many, many reminders throughout this book that remember, Fae have a sense of smell that can sense arousal. So Azriel is like, oh God. And in case you're thinking Nesta is just turned on by Cassian, oh, you're wrong. She'd been sweating herself when they'd finished, wondering what it would be like to be between those two male bodies, letting them turn all that lethal attention on worshiping her. Back in my safe place, the library, she asks Gwen, like, listen, this is a library. They have books on everything, right? Like, could you help me research the Dread Trove? And Gwen is like, yeah, absolutely. Libraries are an amazing resource. Thanks for using them. And so Gwen is going to look up the Trove for us. But Nesta, once again, is just kind of like, and like, have you thought about training? Like, I don't know if you've noticed my little paper on the bulletin board. And Gwen is just like, girl, I'm a priestess. Like, that's not my thing. And she's like, couldn't you like pretend that this is research for your boss's project on the Valkyries? Like, you know, get out more. You don't just need books, right? Then Nesta's like, or is it Cassian? Like, are you not comfortable around guys? Like, what is it? And Gwen is like, no, like, he's definitely an honorable dude, but I'm not interested. And Nesta's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna push it anymore, but like that, I just wanted to put that out there one more time. Then, of course, because Cassian is mentioned, she starts thinking about how he acted like last night didn't happen, which so did she. I don't know how she's like this dumb, but she's basically like, wow, guess that was just an itch he needed to scratch. Didn't mean anything. Meanwhile, she is pretending exactly like he is, and she's the one who said just sex. So anyway, she's like in a huff, and then she goes off and she climbs the stairs again. Flash to 5 days later, Cassian comes into the library because Clotho has called him like, you've got to come get Nesta. She is causing a ruckus. She is basically practicing her training moves in the library. So she's like shelving books, but she's also like, wha-bam, wha-bam, you know? And Clotho is like, she is terrorizing the other priestesses. Like, you've got to get her to stop. So Cassian goes, gets her to stop, whatever. She goes home, and along with the cake, the house gives her a book. But instead of a romance book, it's like war theory. So, and she opens it and she's actually like, oh, it's kind of a good read. And so she is trying a new genre, which is exciting for her. It's exciting for all of us. When she goes to the library the next afternoon, she didn't have the courage to look at the empty sign-up sheet. As she walked past Clotho, the priestess raised her hand to stop her. And Nesta's like, what? Clotho points. It wasn't sorrow leaking from the priestess, but something like buzzing excitement. Something that made Nesta whirl on her heel and stride for the pillar. A name had been scrolled on the sheet. One name in bold letters. One name ready for tomorrow's lesson. Gwen. Welcome to part 2, The Blade. We're wasting no time. We're back in the training ring. It is Gwen's first day of training. Nesta and Cassian are there first. And Cassian is like, chill out, girl. You are making me nervous because Nesta's like pacing. She really wants this to go well. Gwen finally comes out and she is also really nervous as well because she hasn't left the library in years. Like, these priestesses don't go outside. There are barely windows. So she comes out and she quickly realizes that she only has her priestess robes. And she's like, I don't know if like I can train in these. And Cassian is like, girl, I will train you in whatever you are comfortable with. Just show me your feet. She obliges. They do all of the footwork. She is obviously at an even lower level than Nesta was, but she seems to just be really good at this naturally. Like, she's always described as being really graceful, and so she just picks up on all of this stuff really fast and really enjoys it. So yay for a new warrior girl added to our crew. But 2 girls a warrior group does not make, so we need a third. Who's it gonna be? Nesta decides to go back to the Illyrian war camp and visit our girl Emery once again. And I totally screwed up this plot. Emery, the first time that they met, didn't have an annoying customer, but she probably does all the time, so like just forget that I mentioned that. This time when Nesta comes in, Emery's dealing with an annoying male customer and Nesta fights him off. They get talking about family again because it turns out that that customer was Emery's cousin and like her family is pretty toxic. And this is when we learn about Nesta's family. She never really talks about it. We just know that her mom wasn't super cool. Turns out Nesta's grandmama was basically evil. She would like beat her if she ever got a move wrong in dance practice. She was supposed to marry a prince, and so her grandma and her mom like molded her really violently into this kind of princess basically, and she hated it. Her grandmother beat her palms raw with a ruler for missteps in dance lessons, and she still actually has some scars from those punishments. So little insight on Nesta that she just keeps hidden from everybody. We also learned something that I'm gonna need you to exercise your memory for me. Remember in the beginning of ACOTAR, I'm talking about the first chapter of ACOTAR. Nesta mentions that she has gotten engaged to some guy, I think his name is like Thomas or something, and Feyre is like, hey, by the way, like as she's getting taken away by Tamlin, Feyre's like, by the way, Nesta, don't marry that douchebag. I've got a really bad feeling. And she kind of alluded to the fact that he seemed abusive because his dad was abusive, right? Turns out the day that Feyre left, Nesta actually did go to Thomas and tried to call it off, and he got real mad. He ends up attempting to rape her. Like, she can't get away from him because now he's like ruined her, right? That's what he tries. And she's only able to get away because she bit off his earlobe. And then as she runs back to the house, that's when Tamlin put the glamour on everybody. And so she comes home like having this really traumatic experience, and her sister was just taken away. And then she comes back and her family's all like, oh, wow, isn't it lovely that Feyre's going on a holiday? So I mean, trauma, right? And so Nesta just like keeps all of this stuff bottled up. She never tells anyone anything. And that's not good, girl. That's not good. Nesta kind of zaps out of that memory and realizes like, oh yeah, I'm actually with someone. I'm here with Emery. And Emery's like, hey, actually, like, I'm about to get lunch. Do you want some? And Nesta's like, that would be nice. And Emery makes her some roast beef and carrots, which is apparently delicious. And that's when Nesta drops the question. Nesta's like, so you know that my family shit, I know that your family shit, I've got friends who have gone through other shit, we're all training together, we sweat it out, it's great, we're learning how to breathe, you should come. Emery is like, how do I get there? I cannot fly. And Nesta's like, don't worry, I know a guy. We can pick you up. And Emery's still like, I've got a shop to run. It's just not for me. Not for me. Nesta is like, okay, I've played this game once before with Gwen. I'll leave, but just know that the offer is on the table. Later that day for dinner, Cassian comes back from a meeting with Eris. He's extremely pissed off. Nesta sits down and can tell that he's really bothered, and she's just like trying to figure out what's up. And so she's basically like, how'd the meeting go? And he said, Eris agreed to help us. And Nesta's like, why are we mad about that? And he says, and I quote, it's the ugliness of his fucking soul that riles me. Poor guy. So Cassian hates Eris for all the reasons that we already know, right? The things that he did to Moore, he's just generally an asshole, blah, blah, blah. But again, it's also that Cassian feels really pathetic not knowing how to do all of this kind of diplomacy, political stuff. And every time he meets with Eris, he just feels like he's on uneven footing and he hates it, and it just really riles him up. Nesta actually feels really upset about this situation because, Cassian has agreed to help her with Gwen. He has made it very clear that he doesn't hate her. He gave her that little look of pride or whatever when she shared her experience with the cauldron. They're on good terms right now. And so she doesn't want him to feel angry. And so she does what any good friend would do. I can't even tell you what happens because in my notes, it just says page 288. It involves Nesta coming around to Cassian's side of the table and letting him make a mess, not in his pants this time. Before Nesta can even get off of her knees, we hear a little from outside. And Azriel has impeccable timing. Cassian looks up. Nesta's trying to get to her side of the table, act like nothing just happened. Cassian gives Azriel a little death glare, and Azriel just kind of shrugs as if he knew exactly what he'd interrupted and took his chaperone duties very seriously. Nesta is like, okay, I'm out of here. And Cassian is like, thanks, Azriel. The next day we're at the training ring. Cassian and Nesta are having a hard time looking at each other because all they can think about is what they've done. Cassian is like, I've got to go back to the village. I'll see you later. And Nesta's like, hold up. Can you do me a favor? When Nesta had lunch with Emery, when she made that amazing roast beef and carrots, she noticed that Emery really likes to cook with spices. She really likes tea, and those are really difficult to come by. And Nesta, when she came home, she looked at the kitchen and was like, we've got a stocked spice cabinet. I'm gonna send some of these over to my new friend. So Cassian acts as delivery boy. That is one of his many roles. And so he shows up, gives the spices to Emery, who is like, what? Tell Nesta thanks, I guess. And Cassian's like, you can thank Nesta by showing up for training tomorrow. I will send a winged man to come get you. Emery's like, well, yeah, I still told her no. And the answer's still no. And Cassian's like, enjoy your spices, and leaves. And this is where we see Cassian seeing Nesta in a different light because he's only ever seen her around her sisters, who she has a shitty relationship with. She fucking hates Rhysand. Even Amren, they got in a fight. They're not really friends anymore. Moore hates her. Nesta doesn't have friends. And so seeing how Nesta treats Emery and Gwen and how she's lighter and she's laughing and making jokes and having fun, Cassian is like, oh, so this is Nesta. I've only met a tiny sliver of Nesta, and Cassian is excited to see more of it. And the next day, what do you know? Who's in the training ring? Boom, 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 boom. Yep, girl squad assembled. So the girlies start training. This is the first time that Gwen has met Emery, and they immediately hit it off. I think everybody just likes Gwen. They start talking. Gwen is really curious. She's the really chatty one of the group, and she's asking Emery all these things when all of a sudden she's like, do you like to read? And Emery's like, I live alone in the fucking woods. Yes, I like to read. Gwen is like, what do you like to read? Emery's like, romance. And they're like, what? And she's like, I read romance, expecting judgment, but she had no idea who she's talking to. Nesta is like, honey, I'm with you. Emery is like, okay, but do you guys know this one particular author? And they're all looking like, no. Gwen reads like nonfiction, so she's very much confused. Emery is like, she writes the filthiest, smuttiest shit. I'm gonna bring you some. I'm so excited for you. Nesta is like foaming at the mouth. She's so ready. And Gwen is just like, I'd like that. After training, Rhysand comes to pick Emery up because that I know a guy with wings thing, it's Rhysand. He actually winnows Emery, so it takes him like 0.5 seconds, so it's not a big deal. Anyway, he shows up and he is about to winnow away when he kind of looks across the ring at Nesta, and Nesta can just feel his hatred coming off him in waves. His hatred towards Nesta is like next level. He's just standing there staring at her, clearly like not only hating Nesta, but the new level of hating the fact that Nesta spends time with his best friend Cassian. He wants her away from him, hates that he's doing this, even though he was ordered to do it by Rhysand, so like whatever. He's just standing there bringing a lot of negative energy when it is not needed, okay? He also goes a step further and uses his mind speaking powers to talk to Nesta, and he's like, hey, I hope you're treating Gwen with respect. Like, she's really delicate and you like don't know how to handle it clearly. You know, you treat people like shit, so be nice. Nesta kind of recoils and is like, she's my fucking friend. Like, of course I'm gonna treat her with respect. But she just replies, mind your own business, and walks away. She heads to Emery just to be like, hey girl, see you tomorrow, which gives Cassian a little time to talk to Rhysand. And he's like, brother, chill the fuck out. He's like, you didn't need to give Nesta that warning. And Rhysand is like, how did you even know that I was doing that? And Cassian said, she tensed up. I know you and I know Nesta, and you guys were clearly having it out in your brains. And Rhysand is like, well, she probably needed that warning, you know? Alluding that like Nesta's still this out of control bitch character. And Cassian is just like, why can't you believe that there's one good thing about her? Like, she's capable of making friends. She's capable of change. You're just baiting her. Like, the fact that you continue to think that she's this evil person and like not giving her a chance to get better is just as evil as anything you think that Nesta has done. Okay? Like, you are the toxic one now. Rhysand is like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll leave it alone. But we'll see how long that lasts. That night, Nesta has a really bad nightmare, so she does her little stair running again. She gets down to the 3,000th step, which is great, where she sits down and the house immediately brings her a cool drink and a cool breeze. And so she just starts talking about like, oh, by the way, house, Emery is going to bring us some really filthy stuff that I don't think you've read. So I'm really excited for us. And she gets the feeling that like the house is excited too. Like, ooh, new smut that's not in my library? Sign me up. And then next to Nesta's drink on the step, the nest gives her some stones. Because I don't think I fully explained this well, but when Elaine said that she would help find the objects and Nesta was like, no, you won't, Nesta basically stepped up and was like, I'll find them. Like, if Nesta doesn't do it, the only other person who would is Elaine. So Nesta has to do the scrying to try and find the dread trove, but she doesn't want to, so she's trying to put it off as long as possible. Okay? Sorry that I skipped that part, but Feyre was pregnant. Nobody was thinking about anything. Nesta looks down at the stones and she is like, no. Like, the last time we did that, the cauldron stole Elaine and like did all this freaky stuff. We are gonna find info at the library like normal people. And Nesta gets the feeling that the house is rather disappointed in her. While she's running down the stairs, Cassian is meeting with the inner circle and is fighting on her behalf, like for more time. But Amren and co are basically like, there is no time. She has 1 week. And after 1 week, we're going to use Elaine. So the next day, there is a tussle in the library. So remember when Gwen got the wrong book for her boss and Nesta was like, house, do you have it? And found it. She like snuck it into her boss's office and took the wrong book to like hide Gwen's mistake. The boss has just noticed and gets angry. Anyway, her boss is a pill, Meryl. So she comes running out, dragging Gwen behind her, starts yelling at Nesta. And this is where we find out that Gwen is actually part nymph. So remember when like her eyes are really blue? She looks high fae, but she's something else, remember? So her grandmother is a river nymph. So that's why her eyes are so blue, and her bones are slightly more pliant than ordinary high fae. So that's why she's really graceful and like really good at stretching and stuff. And Gwen doesn't know who her father is, and she also has a twin sister, and it seems like both her mom and her sister are dead because she uses the past tense, but like we'll get more on that later, perhaps. Meryl starts yelling at Nesta. Nesta hands Meryl her ass. She fights back. The other priestesses are listening because it's a library. You aren't supposed to be yelling. They're all like listening in on this, and they're like, oh shit. Nesta is a badass. Like, she's not just throwing weird punches in the stacks when she should be shelving. She's got balls, and we would like that too. And so the next day at training, 3 new priestesses show up. Cassian is just standing in the ring looking at all of his new students, and he's just like, let's go, ladies.
Who run the world, girls? Who run the world, girls?
And also, bravery inspires bravery inspires bravery, because after practice with all of these new people, right, Nesta has gotten 5 girls to join her training. She comes up to Cassian and she's like, you know what? I'm asking these girls to be really brave. Like, they're overcoming their trauma to leave the library to try and become stronger, all because I'm like, you know, promoting this you've got to be tough girls thing. But I'm too scared to try and find the dread trove. Like, I'm such a hypocrite. Let's do this. I'm gonna scry. Like, screw the cauldron. I'm gonna try and find these things and save my sister and save the world. Okay? Cassian is like, okay, let's do it now. Let's go. And she gets all of the supplies. She tries to get into that space of mind where she can scry, and nothing happens. Cassian is there ready to like pull her out of whatever scary thing is gonna happen, because she always goes into like this weird trance. And he's just standing there and nothing, not a hint. And Nesta's like, shit, maybe my powers really are gone. And he's like, no, girl, like, I've seen, like, your eyes still glow, that creepy silver thing. You've still got it. Like, maybe you just need time, whatever. Don't worry. He's being all like supportive. And Nesta just feels like a fucking failure and goes to bed. But while Nesta didn't feel anything, something clearly felt her. So she is in her room, cries herself to sleep, when she suddenly kind of feels the cauldron searching for her. So do you remember back in A Court of Wings and Ruin, the cauldron was like going through the camp, searching for Elaine. You remember that? So she feels that, and then suddenly she feels something pinning her to the bed, tearing her apart from the inside out. And obviously she screams, because who wouldn't in that situation? Cassian, who, remember, sleeps right above her, like jolts out of bed and has a knife in his hand before he's even like aware of what's happening. Luckily, Azriel is also at the house, and Cassian's the first one to the room, runs in, and Nesta is laying on the bed, and she is bathed in silver fire. So she's like on fire, but it's not destroying the blankets. It's just like a cold, icy flame burning her. Azriel then like trundles in. Cassian is about to lunge for her, obviously, like help her. Luckily, Azriel is there to grab him and be like, do not jump into those weird ass flames. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. Who pops out but fucking Rhysand? He wastes no time and just like dives onto Nesta and is like trying to put the flames out with his body. It's all very strange. Cassian is looking at this, and Nesta's still screaming, and he's feeling like Rhysand is hurting her, so he's finally like, Azriel, just let me go, let me get closer to her. And he very calmly walks up next to her and is just like, hey girl, time to wake up. And the flames kind of flicker, but overall not working. So Rhysand decides that he's gonna go into her mind and try to wake her up from the inside, I guess. And Cassian and Azriel are just like standing there, like there's nothing they can do. Rhysand finally like comes back to himself, and he's like gasping for air. He says, I went into her nightmare. He whips around to Cassian and is like, why didn't you guys tell me that you were scrying? Like, whatever the hell that was, it was a trip wire. And so her looking for the cauldron or the trove or like what, calling upon her magic set everything off, and it like triggered every bad memory she's ever had, basically. And she's in, quote, an inescapable nightmare. Sounds great. To which Rhysand adds, her trauma is, Rhys's throat bobbed. I know, Cassian whispered. I guessed, Rhys breathed, but it was different to feel it. What's her power? Azriel asked. Death. He gazed at the female sleeping in the bed, and fear clouded the face of the High Lord of the Night Court. Pure death. Now we get Nesta's point of view. What's going on in that noggin? Basically, she understands that it's a dream, but like she cannot get out of it. And then she hears a familiar male voice say her name, and the terror stopped, as if the axis of the world had shifted towards that voice. But then there was another voice in her mind, one that was familiar, but maybe hasn't been as nice. But this voice now talking to her is being kind in a way that she's never heard that voice be. And it led her to safety with a star-flecked hand. Star-flecked hand. Anyway, she wakes up eventually and sees Cassian asleep in the chair next to her bedside, and she realizes that his voice was the one that she knew and she felt comfortable with immediately and made the terror stop. And he's given off these like warrior prince vibes asleep in this chair, and she's like, I dig the warrior prince vibes. She feels herself starting to cry, which freaks her out because big girls don't cry. And Cassian then wakes up and she's really like, okay, no. Cassian is like, how are you? And she's like, He's like, do you want to talk about it? He's like, nope. And he's like, okay, you want breakfast? And Nesta is literally like, I love your brain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the true crisis of the book. If you thought this book was about stopping the end of the world, oh no. Feyre, as we know, is pregnant, which is great for her. And the baby is gonna have wings. Why is this a problem? Sounds great, all right? The Bat Boys would love to have another Bat Boy. The issue is Feyre, how do I explain this? Feyre can shape shift. Remember, she can become a beast, but she can like become anything she really wants to be. And so apparently when this child was conceived, she was in her Illyrian form. She had wings. We're assuming that the child was conceived in the air. If you have read A Court of Frost and Starlight, I don't think that was a one-time thing. They obviously didn't know. It's not like you don't know immediately when you conceive a child. So she turns back into her normal self, and then she finds out that she's pregnant. In order to keep the baby safe, she's not allowed to shapeshift anymore. And if she were in her Illyrian form, Illyrian, we get a whole, I'm telling you, we get a whole biology lesson. Illyrian women, because they give birth to babies with wings, their birth canal is different from High Fae. And so if she had stayed in her Illyrian form, she could have popped this baby out, no problem. But because she's in a High Fae body, the baby's wings are gonna rip her open, and she's gonna die. We find this out because Cassian, Rhysand, and Azriel are having a little meeting, and Cassian is trying to be really positive. Azriel doesn't say anything. Azriel has like 5 lines in this entire book. I just want you to know. Cassian is like, don't worry, we're gonna figure this out, blah, blah, blah. Rhysand is like, I know, I've been trying to figure this out. That's why like I've been flying around and absent this whole book other than to terrorize Nesta. I've been looking for a way to save my wife. He then says, by the way, guys, this information stays in this room. Don't tell Feyre. And Cassian is like, what? Don't tell Feyre what exactly? And Rhysand is like, all that she knows is that the baby has wings and that it's a dangerous thing. What she doesn't know is that her probability of surviving is about 1%. Rhysand is basically like, don't tell Feyre that she is definitely gonna die in a couple months. Pardon? Another problem that we have other than Feyre dying on top of that is that pretty soon she's gonna start showing, and nobody other than the inner circle knows that she's pregnant yet. How do you think Tammy's gonna feel when his like former lover is now pregnant with another man. Not good. And we already know that he's in a pretty dark mental place. He is allegedly still allied with the Night Court, and like if there were to be a war, they could use the Spring Court soldiers, but like not, yeah, you know, that would throw a wrench in our plans. A winged baby shaped wrench. Azriel is like, okay, I've got one little solution. Let's take Lucian out of the human realm, send him to the Spring Court so that he can like be there to love and support Tamlin, right? And try and keep this knowledge away from him.
This. Pretty girls walk like this.
And number 2, we're just gonna focus all of our energy on finding a way to save Feyre and hope that she doesn't die. I don't know, out of all of the shit that they've pulled, like Rhysand literally died, and then as he was dying, saw Amren also dying and was like, hey girl, do you want to come back to the land of the living? And she was like, yes. Like, they can pull that shit, but somehow we can't figure out how to give birth to a baby with wing. I mean, but here we go. After that, Cassian goes back to House of the Wind, walks into the dining room for dinner with Nesta, and Nesta's like, holy shit, like, who beat you up? Cassian apparently went back to his favorite role of Rhysand's punching bag. Remember when Rhysand had the mating bond snap, and like in order to relieve the tension, he had to beat up Cassian? Yeah. Rhysand is really obviously shaken that his mate is about to die. So Cassian was like, here you go. And Nesta is like, what is bothering Rhysand that much that he would beat you so badly? Like, he is limping, bloody. I mean, Rhys did a number on him. And Cassian like doesn't even hesitate, and he's just like, the baby has wings. And Nesta, like all of us, is like, and that's bad. And she's also like, how the fuck do you know that? There is a nurse whose name I think is like Magda or something. Google voice typing typed it as Magenta, so we're just gonna call her Magenta. I'm really sorry, but she is a magical healer, and she's basically like an ultrasound, and she just could tell, okay? It's magic. She can see the baby. So Nesta is like, and Rhys doesn't want the baby to have wings? And Cassian's like, no, we are stoked that the baby has wings. The problem is the birth. And Nesta's like, spell it out, Cassian. I am not following you. Cassian's like, have you seen a lot of half Illyrians around? And Nesta's like, dickhead Rhysand is the only one that I know personally. And he's like, yeah, they're really rare because Illyrian women typically don't go outside of their race, I suppose. So his mom being the High Lord's mate is really rare, but Illyrian men, they will fuck anything in sight, as we know. However, if they get anyone other than an Illyrian woman pregnant, those women die in childbirth. If they try to deliver the baby, they get stuck, and most of the females die with the babies along with them. There is no magic to help short of fracturing the female's pelvis to widen it, which will probably kill the baby anyway, to which Nesta very obviously puts the pieces together, unlike certain knuckleheads. And she's like, so Feyre's gonna die. I feel like Cassian's just springing this on her really quickly. He just sits down to the table and is like, so, baby has wings and is gonna rip your sister. Cassian, some tact. Cassian is like, well, some survive. Nesta's kind of like, phew. But then he continues. Usually they are so altered by the experience that they are traumatized and ruined and are never the same again. And so Nesta's like, okay, how's Feyre feeling about this? And Cassian is like, she doesn't know. And Nesta is like, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. But don't you worry, folks. Cassian is like, oh, no. But Rhysand is going to go talk to Miriam and Draken. Remember, Draken is a seraphim of the seraphim, which are angels. They also have wings. Go figure. And so he's going to go talk to them because somehow Miriam has been popping out half angel babies. No problem. So he's like, going to talk to that lady. I'm sure it will be fine. To which Nesta is just like, I'm surrounded by idiots. Get me the bones. And she is gonna scry again. She's like, I am not letting my nephew come into a world where there is a death god on the loose. We're gonna, I want this tied up in a neat little bow. before Nesta probably dies. Cassian is like, sounds good, but we're gonna do it with everybody around, okay? No, none of this like, let's just do it in the library quickly thing. We're gonna have a lot of people looking out for us. And Nesta's like, great, deal, good job, see you tomorrow. But no, they're not done. Another order of business. Nesta is like, and by the way, why haven't you sought me out again? And Cassian kind of understands what she's saying and is like, I'm following your lead, maybe? They're talking about sex. It's always on their mind, so like they can just jump into it at any time. He's like, I'm trying to follow your lead. I wasn't sure if you're still interested in me. Did I hurt you last time? Nesta is very much like, I enjoyed it very much, Cassian. But she's also like, I also don't want to do anything with you right now looking like a battered piece of meat. So let's talk about that later. Heal up, buddy, and come find me. Oh, I'm sorry. No. She says, once you're healed and looking pretty again, you can have your pick of the places where you can have me. Just got to make sure I'm telling the plot correctly, you know. Now we move to the night of scrying. Nesta dives into it pretty immediately. She is at the river house. Everyone is around. She picks up the bones and gets into it. She immediately becomes ice cold, starts twitching. The thing that she's looking for is the mask. She just picked a random one first, and it immediately looks really bad. Rhysand isn't sure how she did it, but she put up some kind of mental shield that even he can't break through. So remember in her nightmare, he was able to go in and like talk to her and kind of coax her out of it. No more. She is like impenetrable and nobody can get her out. She's starting to convulse. She's becoming like ice. Cassian is just like hugging her, trying to keep her warm so she like doesn't die of hypothermia. I mean, it's not a good thing. And then suddenly her eyes flick open and they're just silver. Rhysand immediately shoves Feyre behind him and Feyre is like, what the fuck? And like shoves herself in front. She's like, that's my sister. Get the hell out of here, Rhysand. As they're shoving each other, Nesta is just like squeezing Cassian's hand, like breaking bones. She creepily like turns and looks at him with her silver eyes. And Cassian is just like, hey, Ness, let go of the bones and the stones. And when she doesn't, he's like, if you do it, we can go back to the house and play. Still nothing. And so he's like, well, last resort. And he kisses her. Everyone is like, what the fuck? Because they are literally surrounded by their friends in this house. He is essentially trying his best to make out with her, but she's not like there, you know? So it reads like the most awkward situation. I can feel the cringe everywhere. I'm pretty sure even Cassian is cringing because this is like not a cute look. Eventually though, he feels her body getting warmer, which seems like a good sign, and then she finally lets go of the bones. When she like comes to, she tears herself away from Cassian, and Amren is just sitting there like, interesting. After everyone like tries to erase that from their memory, Nesta fills everybody in on what happened. It wasn't a wasted exercise, okay? The mask is hidden in a place called the Bog of Urid. The bog is located in the middle, which is where Under the Mountain is. It's where the Weaver was, right? It's like this kind of no man's land where the wild magic still rules or something like that. Everything that wants to kill you is there. It's an evil, horrible place, and we're gonna go tomorrow. So Cassian, Azriel, and Nesta are the team that are going to go to this horrible, evil place. And to be fair, Rhysand gives Nesta a chance to back out. He's like, listen, you don't have to go. I'm gonna send my 2 best guys. And Nesta's like, no, you're not gonna find it without me. Because remember, she, along with Elaine, was made, capital M, by the cauldron, so they can like feel other things made by the cauldron really well. The second they get there, it is bad news. Like even Azriel, who's pretty chill all the time, is like, this is an evil place. She hates it. Everyone hates it. They are not a happy crew. And Nesta is like, by the way, like, what actually lives here? And Cassian is like, you're gonna ask that now? And Nesta's like, well, I was scared before and I didn't want to lose my nerve. Like if I knew, I wouldn't have come. So now that I'm here, now you can tell me. Azriel lists off a long list of bad things, but like the number one thing I would say is the kelpies, which are like water evil things. Okay, so Azriel's basically like, just stay out of the water, and Nesta's like, what if the mask is in the water? And Cassian says, then Azriel and I will draw straws like the tough warriors we are, and the loser goes in. So they've got like no plan. No plan. They start flying around the bog. The bog is covered in fog. Like you can't, the bog and fog and the, what's that song?
And in the bog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole, hole in the bog and the bog down in the valley, oh, hole, the rattling bog.
Totally lost my train of thought. The bog is covered in mist, let's say. They can't see anything. And so Cassian is holding Nesta and is basically just like, shout if you feel something. And eventually she does. She's like, I don't know if it's the mask, but like there's something down there. We should go check that out. To which Cassian turns around to be like, Azriel, we found something. Are you going to test the fire alarms on me right now? I'm at my wit's end. Well, if the fire alarm goes off, this is a very dramatic scene, so it's fitting. So he turns around and is like, Azriel, we found something. Azriel's not there. They start flying through the bog trying to find Azriel. Remember, they can't see anything. And then far off in the distance, they see like blue lights flashing, which are Azriel's siphons, which only flare if he's like fighting. So Cassian's like, shit. They get low enough to break through the mist where they find Azriel, and he's fighting like dozens of soldiers. Where the fuck did they come from? So Cassian just turns around and flies away. Nesta is like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, I'm not putting you down in the middle of a battlefield. I'm finding a tree. As they're flying away, Nesta looks back and sees that Azriel has an ash arrow in his wing. Like, this is not good. Not now. House. Her house gives her smut. My house just interrupts me constantly. So Azriel is in a very bad situation, right? Nesta is like, put me the fuck down. Like, throw me in any tree. You need to get down there. And so he finds her a good tree, the highest and sturdiest branch, puts her in there, and he's like, don't climb down, Nesta. Do not climb down. Turns out the soldiers are from the Autumn Court. Remember how Eris in the beginning of this book was over in the human realm being like, hey guys, have you seen my soldiers? I lost them. Found them. Cassian flies to them like a bat out of hell and, quote, killed and did not stop. Nesta's sitting in the tree and she is like, they have been gone for too long. He said not to climb down, but do I ever listen? No. So down she goes. She also, like, not to make it seem like she's just being impatient, she genuinely is having flashbacks to Cassian in the last battle when he was dying and she was the only one who saved him, like that one time that she shouted his name. So she's like, I've got to be there. I've got to watch Cassian, because when he fights, she does not take her eyes off of him. So she is sick with worry, even though she won't admit that to herself. And down she goes. Immediately, when she gets to the ground, she hears this creepy woman's voice. I mean, like creepy, but like maybe nice. And it's just like, run. It says run and don't look back. But of course, she just steps closer to the water. Okay, she finds herself at the edge of a lake, right? Or like whatever's in a bog, the water of the bog, right? She looks into the water and sees her reflection and then finds a pair of night dark eyes looking back. What comes out of the water is a face whiter than bone. It looks slightly human, and inch by inch it rises out of the water. I'm sorry, that was lame. And yeah, basically it's just a really gross thing. It seems to have like almost too many joints. Nesta falls down because it's so horrifying and she's like crawling backwards to get away from it when it opens its mouth and there are 2 rows of rotted teeth. And she literally, like, this is written in the book, she literally pees her pants. She wets herself because this is so terrifying. She keeps hearing this female voice saying run, but she can't. She is frozen in fear. She has wet her pants, and the monster drags her under the surface. Flashback to Azriel and Cassian. They have 2 soldiers left on the battlefield, and the only reason they have them is so that they can bring them back to Rhysand and they can torture them for information. So cool. And Cassian's looking at them and he's like, there's just something wrong. Remember how Eris said that the soldiers that his father brought back from Breolin were very odd. These soldiers are just like that. It seems like they have no mind. They just know how to kill. So he's like, that's a bridge we're going to cross when Rhysand tortures these guys. But let me go find Nesta. Sure enough, he goes back to the tree and she's not there. He starts freaking out, understandably, especially when he finds her tracks and they go straight to the water's edge and then just disappear. There is not a single ripple in that water. And he starts to scream. Nesta not having a good time under the water, you guys. It's very cold. She's basically like, damn, I'm gonna die. And I took my last breath and it wasn't even a hot one. Like, ugh. She remembers that she has weapons though, because Cassian was nice enough to strap a bunch of knives onto her. And so she just starts swinging her little dagger around, hoping that she doesn't accidentally stab herself in the leg. She does hit something. Turns out the thing that's dragging her into the water is a kelpie, the thing that Azriel was like, yeah, if you want to avoid anything, avoid that. Nesta. So she stabs the kelpie, it lets go with one arm, but then it just flips her around and it kisses her, if that's what you would call it. His black tongue shoved into her mouth, tasting of foul meat. Ugh. Then the kelpie just disarms her, just like takes all of her weapons because he's in his element, right? He's underwater. Takes all of her weapons, throws them to the bottom of the lake, and she tries to call on her power, but all she can feel is like she sees a little golden glowy thing in the distance and she's just like, The kelpie continues to drag her through the water, but luckily in the direction of the golden thingy, and all of a sudden it just shoots out of the water right into her hand. What is it? My girl found the mask. Indeed she did. What do we remember about the mask? Nothing, but I have it written in my notes, so I'm going to tell you what the mask is for. It is a bad idea to use the mask, is the number one thing we're supposed to remember. But she doesn't even think about that as she slams the mask onto her face. What is the second thing you're supposed to remember about the mask? The mask's power is that it raises and controls the dead. And she just so happens to be in a bog filled with dead people. As we were flying there, Azriel like randomly mentioned like, yeah, we used to like bury things here or something. Okay. She summons them all. The kelpie drops her like, oh fuck, I've made a horrible mistake. But that doesn't stop the dead. For some reason, she doesn't need to breathe anymore underwater. She doesn't feel any pain. She's just like godly. She allows her newfound dead soldiers to rip the kelpie to shreds. Meanwhile, Cassian is still screaming. He is up to his waist in this nasty black water that Azriel specifically was like, don't go in the water. Azriel's standing on the shore just like, because they're in the middle or whatever, they can't call for backup. Like Rhysand isn't getting any of their calls for help. And all of a sudden, Azriel points to the very deep part of the water way out yonder. At the surface, it's kind of bubbling and there's like a golden light. So Cassian starts swimming towards it. And Azriel is like, you dumb ass, please stop. Please stop. Get out of the water. Let's just look at what this thing is, okay? All of a sudden, a bunch of weapons fly out of the water, like spears and helmets and everything just come like exploding out of the lake. Following it is basically just an entire legion of zombies. Every word emptied from Cassian's head as Nesta emerged from the water, as if lifted from a pillar beneath. In her hand, she's dangling the kelpie's head exactly the way that she held the King of Hybern's head. This is her shtick. All right, she likes to behead people. Her eyes are 100% silver. And Azriel is like, holy gods. And Cassian is like, I am looking at death herself. Oh shit. They get to Nesta, they get her to shore, she takes off the mask, and immediately all the zombies just like fall back into the lake like nothing happened. Cassian just kind of keeps dragging her onto the grass. Nesta blinked and her eyes were again blue-gray, and she was clutching the mask to her chest like a child with a doll, and shaking and shaking and shaking. Eventually, she just passes out, and honestly, that's probably a good thing to just like rest from that. I mean, she found the mask. Good job, girl. All right, we are in Hewn City. We're at the Court of Nightmares because that is where Rhys and Azriel do their torturing, they don't do it at the Court of Dreams. Nesta is back home. The mask is safely put away. Time to torture some soldiers. They are going at it, and these soldiers are not talking. Remember how I said that they kind of seemed like empty shells, like they were just killing machines? Yeah. Amren and Feyre are also there, and Amren is like, not to state the obvious, but like they're under an enchantment. They're not gonna talk, guys. To which Feyre is like, they're essentially like rabid dogs. They aren't even sane. So is it ethical for us to be beating them like this? She's like, they're under a spell. Is it okay to harm them? Like,
are we the baddies?
No more torture tonight, guys. They head back into the house, and Rhysand finds Nesta in the room with the mask. And he's like, how did you get in here? Because he locked the door. Nesta's like, oh, the door was open. And Amren is like, did the mask open the door for you? And Nesta's like, yeah. So clearly the mask has some kind of pull on Nesta and somehow is able to break through Rhysand's shields to open the door and let her in. So that's great. Amren is also like, you're damn lucky you could even take that mask off. Like most people who put that mask on die. Nesta says, I just wanted it to let go, and it did. And so their logic is, well, Nesta is made and the mask is made, so maybe it like respects Nesta and listens to what she wants. Nesta is like, well, we need to destroy this thing. And they were like, do you remember what happened when we tried to destroy the cauldron and like reality ended? You can't destroy this thing. And so we are going to lock it up. It's decided that Nesta should be the one to set the wards in order to lock up the mask. And luckily, Helion is coming to visit, and he knows a lot about shields. So he is going to teach Nesta how to build a shield even better. Oh, sorry, buddy. Even better than Rhysand's shields. And hopefully that will lock it up. Everyone is also just trying to understand the facts of like what happened that day. Why did Nesta even get out of that tree? And she's like, I was scared for both of you. And Cassian was like, we were gone for 30 minutes. So come on, girl, get it together. But she also mentions that when she was about to go into the water, the Kelpie spoke to her and she didn't understand it. So Rhys is like, let me into your memory and I'll listen. He looks really freaking shocked when he hears what he hears, and he shares it with Amren, and even Amren's face gets pale. That is a dialect of our tongue that has not been spoken in 15,000 years. That's weird. Nesta's like, so what did he say to me? And basically he was just like, ooh, goody. They're starting the sacrifices again. So the Kelpie thought that she was a sacrifice. So mystery solved. I don't really know why that was made to be such a big deal, but he speaks ancient languages, so Now that we know that Nesta has her powers back and we have the mask, everyone's like, all right, good work, team. Go to bed. See you tomorrow. Nesta decides to take a bath, and of course Cassian comes in to bring her a tray of food, and then he realizes she's in the bath and he gets all flustered and is like, oh, okay, I'm gonna put your food over here. But before he can leave, she's like, do you want to get in? And gestures to the tub. Cassian is like, you're hurt? And she's like, do I look injured to you? And she's covered in cuts and bruises. So Cassian's like, yes. But she's having like just really dark thoughts about the mask and the bog and the Kelpie and everything that just happened. So she would really like a distraction, and Cassian's one hell of a good one. So she's like, if he's not going to come to me, I'm just going to have to go to him. So she's about to climb out of the tub when Cassian gets all quiet and he's like, I thought you were dead. And Nesta said, I thought I was too. And I thought you were dead. Cassian says, you must have been real happy about that one, eh? And she says, as she's climbing out of the tub, no, it did not make me happy. Aww. They remind each other that this is just sex one more time. Okay? She says, nothing more. There cannot be anything more. And Cassian says, I'll take whatever you offer. And page 386. I will be demonetized if I even jokingly put some of these words on the screen. So just know that they finally went all the way. Congratulations, everybody. And immediately after that, Cassian just bounces out of the bed. He was like, just sex, right? All right, good. Nice knowing ya. Bye. Like, I can't stress to you enough how quickly this happens. He's like roaring, climaxing, whatever, and then like cut, leave. Nesta has like whiplash. She's like, damn, I said just sex, but like I expected it to come with some cuddling afterwards, right? So she is left on the bed staring at the door, and she's like, okay, playing hardball. Let's do this. The next day, we're back in the training ring with all the girls. Nesta, Emery, and Gwen are chit-chatting, and the girls are quick to pick up on everything. And Emery just asks point blank, like, oh, so you finally slept with him? They are like giggling and gossiping and whatever. And Cassian just keeps shouting across the ring, like, you better be doing your sit-ups or I'm going to come over here and you're going to get in trouble. And blah. It's like a cute atmosphere, okay? He's helping the other priestesses train. So he's like, you know, they're level 2. So they get to like do their own training for a little bit. And they're kind of joking about like not being able to focus when they're together when Gwen brings up something interesting. She's like, I learned a new Valkyrie technique last night because she has to study them for her boss, remember? And it's called mind stilling. And they use it to steady their minds. Some of them did it 3 to 4 times a day. And it's literally meditation. But it's a way not only to help them face their fears, but it helps settle themselves after a hard battle and fight their inner demons. So Nesta is immediately like, hey, can you give me a copy of that page of that book that you were reading? And Gwen is like, I've already got you, girl. She's about to start handing out the mind-stilling how-to sheet when Cassian comes over, because they're clearly still talking instead of training. And he's like, is there something more interesting than training today? He knew. The bastard knew they'd been discussing him. The spark in his eyes, the half grin. But this is when he decides Nesta has leveled up and she is ready to learn how to use a sword. The innuendos are rich. The girls immediately start making jokes about like, I know how to handle a sword. Do you, Cassian? Blah, 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 blah. And Cassian immediately is like, we don't joke about swords. Okay. He's like, no, swords are sacred. Like, we don't make any kind of sexual joke about a sword. Because apparently he needed to train for 7 years before he could even pick one up. And so they're going to use wooden swords. And no jokes. She has her training moment with Cassian. He teaches her all of these different maneuvers, blocking techniques, etc. And she goes on a power trip. She like immediately spaces out, becomes one with the sword. And Cassian's just watching her and he's like, oh, I picked a good one. She's a battle babe. And when she finally comes to, she's like, yeah, I like swords. Cassian, by the way, has started sleeping at the river house with Rhysand and Feyre because he cannot control himself. He doesn't think that he could sleep a full night without walking downstairs to Nesta's room. So that's interesting. And then he gets to the ring the next day and there are 3 more priestesses coming to train. And he's like, we need another tutor. Enter Azriel, who is so goddamn busy. This poor man has so much work to do. But you know what's interesting? Gwen can't take her eyes off this newcomer. And then after training, we get our first mind-stilling session. Gwen brings everybody back to the library, Emery and Nesta, and they do it. They learn the breathing techniques. They start to do mind-stilling. It talks about, just with meditation, of recognizing a thought and letting it slide by. Gwen is really good at it. It takes Nesta a little while to get into it, but once she gets there, she realizes this is the first time that she has felt utterly settled into her skin. So, meditation helps. Excellent work, guys. After that, we get a scene of Nesta going to the Illyrian war camp with Cassian to make a sword. That's like one step in becoming a true sword master, is understanding the work that gets put into making the weapon. He offered to bring Emery and Gwen, but they were both like, no thank you. So Nesta gets to like actually make, well, she doesn't get to fully make the sword, but she gets to like hammer it like a sword and a dagger, and yay. So that was weird. It's also raining all the time now, so everybody is still training, but they're cold and they're miserable, but they love fighting. That's the update. But then, oh man, Lucian is finally back, baby. I've missed him so much. He randomly shows up at House of the Wind at the training rink, and he starts watching training, and he's just like, atta girl, this is great. I love women. Cassian immediately is like, why are you here, Lucian? And he's like, I'm just here to check on Nesta, see what's going on. Cassian immediately gets super prickly and is like, she's not an animal for your entertainment. Like, you don't get to come over here and watch her. And Lucian is like, please chill, okay? Feyre sent me to do, like, just to check on how things are going. I'm not your enemy. You don't need to act like a dick all the time. And Cassian is just like, who says it's an act? And that's as far as we get with that. The entire time, Nesta is like punching this piece of wood. I don't know how else to describe it, but she's getting really into it. And as Lucian and Cassian are talking, it's like smoldering. And she ends up walking off. She's like, I don't need to hear you two bickering. So she walks off. They go to investigate her punching bag. It's like glowing from the inside as if it were burned, but Lucian or Cassian touches it and it's like ice. And the second they touch it, it just disintegrates into ash. To which Lucian can only say, Mother spare you all. Along with Lucian, we get Helion here to visit to teach us all of these things. And he flies in on a Pegasus. In case you're wondering, he offers Feyre a ride and she's like, normally I would, but, and she does the little like bump reveal move, you know? Cassian is like, Rhysand, I thought we were keeping this a secret. And Rhysand, in his mind speak, is like, we need access to Helion's libraries to find a cure for Feyre because, spoiler, Miriam and Draken don't know anything. Angels are different from bats, apparently. And so he's like, we need access to his libraries. We're gonna just bring them in on the secret, hug it out. It's fine. Cassian, calm down. Helion is basically just like, congrats, and then he gets right to work. He looks at the soldiers. He's like, you're right that there's something wrong with them, but like enchanted isn't the right word. When he sees magic, he sees it as like threads. And he was like, it's not threads that are binding them. If they were enchanted, they would be kind of like tied up, is sort of the imagery you would get. He says, around them is more like a fog. It's not tangible, but it's there. And that sure sounds like someone is using the crown. Remember the dread trove, the mask, the harp, the crown? What does the crown do? Mind control. Uh-oh. They immediately tell Helion everything that's going down, and Helion is just like, God damn it, like can't we just get a break, you know? So now it seems like the harp is the one that is up for grabs. Briolin has the crown. We've got the mask. But then they start thinking about like, how did Briolin know that they would be in the bog to send the soldiers to kill Nesta? Like something about this whole thing seems really fishy and we haven't gotten to the bottom of it, but just like think about that. Then Feyre is like, oh, by the way, Helion, can you please teach Nesta how to make a shield so that we can lock up the mask? And Helion is sort of like, Rhysand can do shields. And Feyre's like, yeah, but we want a shield with a little more oomph. And Rhysand is like, did you just use the word oomph? And Feyre's like, we can't all be silver-tongued like you. And they start having this weird, sexy moment in a crowded room, which they seem to enjoy. And that's when Cassian feels this pang in his chest because it's just like blatant affection and love. And he's stuck in like this just sex situation and it's really hurting him. And that's when, speak of the devil, Nesta walks in. And in case you're wondering, because Cassian is, her lush breasts swelled gracefully in her dress. So Nesta and her breasts walk in. She shows Helion the mask, and the second she takes it out of the case, he's like, oh my God, put that away. Like, isn't that bothering you? Like, something about the magic is really literally putting him in pain. Like, he's just like, oh, I can't stand it. Like, please. The fact that like it doesn't seem to bother anyone else, he says, perhaps an ancestor of mine once used it, and the warning of its cost is imprinted on my blood. What a weirdly specific hunch. Do we get any follow-up in this book? Say it with me. no. But anyway, Helion teaches Nesta how to make a shield, and she specifically asks him not to teach her how to unlock it. And Rhysand is like, how about he teaches me how to unlock it so that if you die, like, somebody can open it, you know? And so great work, team. The mask is secured. To that, Azriel is like, all right, this was fun, guys. See you later. I'm gonna go check on Briolyn and see if she has the crown. And Feyre is like, no, you are not. Feyre's like, if Briolyn does have the crown, she's just gonna catch you and put you under her spell. So, like, why would you ever think of going there, my dude? She's like, you're gonna pull back all of your spies, call them back, and we're gonna figure something else out. To which Azriel says, no, I'm not gonna do that. And Rhysand is like, she is your high lady. Her word is law, okay? And so Azriel pulls his spies out. Okay, poor guy. He just has the weirdest role in this book. I feel so bad for him. And then tomorrow on the agenda, Nesta is going with Cassian to meet with Eris to tell him that, oh, we found your soldiers. But in the meantime, she goes to the library. Cassian follows her there and is sort of just like, so what have you been reading? Turns out she has continued reading her war books. She asked the house to give her books that Cassian would like, because she's like, I just want to know why. Like, I can learn the techniques, but like, I'd like to know the bigger picture behind it. So she's studying war theory. And so jokingly, Cassian's like, are you planning on leading an army, Nesta? And she says, not an army, but perhaps a small unit of females. She's like, I haven't planned that far, but it's just like an interesting thought, you know, thought I'd look into it. And Cassian feels his chest tighten because she is planning for a future. She's thinking of like what she could do in the future when, remember at the beginning of the book, all she was doing was just drinking and trying to get through each day and not really looking forward to the next one. Now she's planning a future of warrior women. And that's what I call character growth. A few hours later, Cassian knocks on Nesta's bedroom door, brings her some more reading material that are aligned with what she's looking for. And he starts to leave and she says, was it not good for you? And Cassian's like, what? Was the sex not good for you? And she's like, you left really quick. You haven't come back for more. Like, what's going on? Cassian's like, honestly, girl, like, I'm a little bit busy. I'm training all of your priestesses. And like, I don't know, man, I'm tired. And so Nesta's just like, okay, fine. Like, good night. You can leave now. And Cassian's like, okay, well, chill. Hold on. Cassian says, I didn't want to be selfish and demand anything from you. And she's like, it's not a demand if both sides want it. Let's just say things get intimate really quickly. She learns, as Feyre once did, that wings are very sensitive. And the verbs, so help me God, milking and spurting are used. The next morning, we have a meeting down at the river house. Everyone is there except for Mor because Mor is not in this book. And Rhysand has called the meeting. Why? Because a blacksmith from the Illyrian war camp came to him in a tizzy. He dumps all of these weapons on Rhysand's doorstep and is like, these are fucking cursed. I don't want anything to do with them. Please destroy them. And he runs away. You guessed it. It was the blacksmith that Cassian and Nesta went to, where Nesta learned how to make a sword. And so the swords that Nesta like hammered, I think she touched a sword and a dagger, maybe one other thing. Anyway, apparently some kind of magic flowed through Nesta and made the swords magical. Amren is like, no one has been able to create a magic sword for more than 10,000 years. The last one was named Gwydion, and it vanished around the time that the last trove went missing. So like, Nesta, what are you doing, girl? Another problem with that is that when Nesta was hammering that sword, she obviously didn't know that she was like putting herself into it. So she was like hammering out all of her anger. Like, she wasn't putting love and affection into this weapon. She was putting pure Nesta flavored hatred and anger into the sword. So that's just overall, like, we're thinking this is probably not good. Cassian is like, well, why don't we test it? Because he loves swords. And Auburn says, absolutely not. Like, I can feel its power from here. She's like, we cannot touch this thing. And also, if people knew that she had the ability to create magical swords, they would kill her for it or kill people to get her for it, etc. She's basically like a new cauldron, right? Oh, and by the way, Nesta isn't at this meeting because Amren says, we can't tell Nesta about the swords because what if she gets pissed off at us and just decides to make a magical sword and kills us in one of her moods? And Cassian is like, what the fuck? Like, do you guys really think that? Like, these people don't know her and are so stuck in the person that they thought that she was in the past. They have not taken into account that time has passed and she has grown. Cassian's really the only one who's seen it. So he's like, what the fuck? Like, you guys are the toxic ones once again in this situation now. But Rhys and Amren are just like, just don't tell her, Cassian, okay? Azriel sort of backs Cassian up because he's seen Nesta as well, right? And he's like, you know, I think we should tell Nesta. So Rhys is like, well, we'll wait until Feyre comes back from wherever the hell she is and she'll be the deciding vote. But in the meantime, do not touch these swords. Amren is like, don't touch them. And she starts to leave. She's like, just don't touch them. Don't touch them, okay? The Bat Boys are the only ones left in the meeting room. We get a nice little conversation about Feyre's birth canals. The research is still not going well. And then Cassian is like, why don't you just tell her? Like, just tell her that she's gonna die pretty soon, right? He's like, I'm not going to take away that one bit of joy in her eyes every time she puts a hand on her belly. And Helion is going to look through all of his libraries and research and try to help him. So we're still not telling Feyre shit. And I think that's real shady, Rhysand. Real shady. And this is when they're like, so do you want to play with the swords? Because they're dumb asses. We have talked about this. They are the creepy ass elevator bros that are dumb as hell. So they're like, we aren't gonna play with it, but like, we're just gonna look at it. And they start to like unsheath one of the swords when Amren just comes walking in and she's like, I knew you would touch them. The swords are literally crackling with power. And this is when Amren brings up something interesting that will most definitely come into play in the next books. So listen up, kids. She says that with these swords, Rhysand, you could make yourself High King. So right now, Prythian is divided into courts and each has a High Lord, right? But remember, Rhysand is the most powerful High Lord in history. He could very easily become High King and take over all of Prythian. You could stop all of the bickering because they always are having like mini wars in between the courts. They're like, look, you could just have peace on Prythian. You could rule it all. And Rhysand is like, no, thank you. But Amren keeps going. She's like, no, listen, like, Baron obviously wouldn't, but we could maybe get Tamlin on your side. But like, everybody else would be down. Like Helion, Thesan, everybody, they like you. You could easily become High King. And Rhysand is just like, I don't want it. Can you drop it, please? Save it for another book. Cassian and Nesta go to meet Eris. They're meeting in the spring court just so Eris doesn't get caught by his dad. They have some kind of conversation in which Nesta hands Eris his ass. They give him the information, but then she also puts him in his damn place. And then Tamlin shows up and they're like, oh shit, Tamlin wasn't supposed to know that we're on his land. But then Nesta just hands his ass right to him and is like, you don't touch my sister, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she basically rips these two guys apart verbally. And Cassian is just standing there like. The next day at training, Gwen is having a rough time. They're just running and running and running. And she is like, I'm not cut out for this. She is out of breath. And Cassian is like, some Valkyrie unit you are. Gwen whips around and looks at Nesta and is like, you weren't supposed to tell him about the Valkyrie stuff. It was supposed to be our little secret. And Nesta and Cassian at the same time are like, oh, she didn't tell me, I didn't tell him, you know. Cassian is like, you think I haven't noticed your breathing techniques and like all the shit that you're doing? I can recognize mind stilling from a mile away. How? Because he fought alongside the Valkyries. Everyone's like, oh shit, yeah, that's right, you're ancient. Like, we always forget that he's super old, okay? Hundreds of years old, right? Gwen lets out a high-pitched noise that was nothing but pure excitement, and it made even Azriel, who's like on the other side of the rink, look up and be like, huh? She's like, tell me everything, oh my god. So Cassian is like, yeah, you know, like I fought about 5 battles with them. I fought with them pretty much until their last battle, when they knew it was a suicide mission, and so most of the Valkyries died. Gwen is like, okay, actually, I've heard about that, but like, I don't understand why they did it. Like, if it was a suicide mission, why? Cassian is like, I don't know, and I was too low at that point in the army to like understand the full scope of what was going on. But he said, but I had some friends who died that day. And he kind of hesitates on the word friends. And Nesta immediately is like, oh, he hooked up with the Valkyries. Oh my God. And quote, even though they were honorable, fallen dead, something ugly twisted in her chest. So she's jealous of these like dead warrior women from hundreds of years ago. And she has to sit with that for the rest of the day. So Gwen is like, oh my God, perfect, Cassian, you can teach us the Valkyrie techniques. And he's like, I don't know them. And Nesta is like, well, why don't we do a little combo? We can study Valkyrie like everything that we can find about the Valkyrie techniques, and you can teach us all of your Illyrian ones, and we can kind of like shake it up. And this scene doesn't make sense. Maybe it will make sense later, but when she says that, Azriel turns around, like the wind feels weird. Nesta gets chills down her spine, and everything just kind of pauses. And then Cassian is like, okay, let's learn Illyrian techniques, and like Gwen can bring me info on the Valkyrie. And then he starts to mumble to himself and he says, something new, something old becoming something new. Like it was a prophecy or something. But anyway, he's basically like, all right, ladies, first lesson about Valkyries, they don't whine about being sweaty. So let's get back to work. It's overall like a weird scene that I feel like is laying a lot of groundwork for future books, but like at this point, the next day at practice, Cassian, out of the blue, just like how he was like, Feyre's baby has wings and she's gonna die. Totally out of the blue, he's like, Nesta, you made 3 magical swords. He's like, we don't know what manner of magic it is, but like, you've essentially made a new dread trove. Nesta's kind of like, cool, but you said we, like, we don't know what manner of magic, like who's we? And Cassian's like, oh, well, you know, Rhysand and Feyre and everybody else, you know, we looked at it. And Nesta's like, how long ago was that? Cassian is kind of like fumbling and he's like, well, you know, we were gonna vote on it. And Nesta's like, vote on what, Cassian? And he's like, vote whether or not to tell you about it. And she's like, who voted against me? Who voted against me? And he can't not say it. So he's like, well, Rhysand and Amren. And Nesta's like, well, I don't fucking care. Like, I know that Rhysand fucking hates me. So like, that's not a surprise. But Amren, that really hurt. And on that note, she pieces out. She runs to the stairs, and you know what she does? She makes it to the bottom this time. First order of business, we're gonna go yell at Amren. Yes, we get to Amren's apartment. Varian is there. They are in bed. Nesta basically barks at Varian to leave, and he's just standing there naked like, can I put clothes on? And she's like, just please get the fuck out. And so he kind of like awkwardly, nakedly hops away. Now that the room is clear, she's like, why the fuck did you vote against me, Amren? Like, why are you keeping secrets from me? She says it in that like very immature, not nice way, but she essentially is like, I've told you that you have powers and you don't understand them and you don't want to learn about them and you like don't respect them, you can't control them. I don't trust you with them, Nesta. I'm not going to tell you that you made magical swords. This is when Feyre comes in because Cassian probably told Feyre like, oops, I fucked up. Feyre runs in and is like, stop fighting, you guys. Nesta, go back to the house. Amren, just stay in your apartment and I'll deal with you later. And Feyre's like, Nesta, just try and show us all a little respect, right? Because they're all ranked higher than she is. If we really want to pull that hierarchy, right? We have the High Lady and Amren is like ranked right beneath Rhysand and Feyre, right? Feyre's like, come on, we got to trust Amren's decision on this. And Nesta says, respect? Is it respect that she offers you? Is it respect that your mate offers you? Amren, realizing where Nesta's going with this, is like, don't say another fucking word, Nesta. And Feyre's like, what do you mean? Have any of them told you, their respected high lady, that the babe in your womb will kill you? And Amren is like, shut up. And Feyre is like, you've got to explain that one to me. I didn't follow at all. And Nesta is like, it has wings. The wings are going to get stuck in your little Fey body and it's going to kill both of you. And Feyre's like, well, I know the labor is risky. And Nesta is like, it's not risky, Feyre. Your mate ordered all of us to keep quiet about the fact that it's going to kill you. Did you vote on that too, Amren? And then she turns back to Feyre and is like, haven't you been wondering why your little High Lord has been so fucking moody and like distant and running around to different libraries all the time? He knows you're gonna die and he still didn't tell you. Feyre, understandably, has a meltdown because she just found out that she and her unborn son are gonna die in like a couple months. And that's when Nesta kind of snaps out of her anger and realizes she went way too fucking far. So she sprints out of the house. As this is going down, Cassian is looking for Nesta. He knows something bad has happened, so he's running around, and then he finally goes to Rhysand, and Rhysand is in his study, and he is speaking in a voice that was a thing of nightmares, of darkness between the stars. And he's basically growling like, get Nesta out of this city right now. Power rumbled in the room like a rising storm before I fucking kill her. He is enraged, okay, because his little secret's out. Nesta spilled the beans. Cassian flies around, finds Nesta, doesn't even give her a chance to look at him. He just picks her up, scoops her up around the waist, and then they fly off. They're flying for hours. Nesta knows she fucks up. She's like curled into Cassian and she's just like, I should have let him blood mist me. You know how Rhysand can like snap a finger and make people just mist? She's like, I wish that Cassian didn't come save me. Like, I deserve to be made into blood rain. They stop in the middle of the mountains. Cassian is like, we camp here. And Nesta just kind of passes out. So as Cassian is making a fire for them, Feyre taps into his brain, and because she can do the mind speak too. And Cassian's like, damn, I forgot that she could do that. Honestly, me too. Feyre is like, Rhysand overreacted. I'm really, 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 really mad at you guys, but I understand why you didn't tell me. And I think it was courageous of Nesta to tell me the truth. And Cassian was like, she told you because she wanted to hurt you and Amren. Like, she wasn't doing it because she was brave. And Feyre's like, well, she's still the only one who said anything. So Cassian is also like, how the hell are you so calm about this, your impending death? And she says, the alternative is fear and panic, and I'm not going to let my baby feel that. So I'm going to try and be real chill. And she's like, Rhysand had no right to make you guys leave. And he realizes that and he apologizes, so you can come on home. And Cassian kind of looks at Nesta, who's sleeping, and he's like, I think we're going to stay out here for a couple more days. We're going to go on a hike. And Feyre's like, good luck with that. Nesta hasn't taken a hike in her entire life. Cassian's like, well, she's going to today. And so Feyre says, just take care of her, Cassian, and yourself. So they do, in fact, go for a hike. Cassian is acting like a drill sergeant. He is being real nasty. Not nasty, but just like really firm. Isn't talking to Nesta unless he's telling her to hurry up or whatever. She is not speaking. She's not complaining. She feels rotten. So she is willing to do whatever it takes to like be forgiven. And she doesn't even think that she should be forgiven, right? So it's their 2.5 day. And Cassian is walking and he hears a thud behind him and he turns around and Nesta is like face first in the trail. She fainted because she hasn't eaten and she hasn't had water in probably as long as Cassian can't remember ever seeing her drink water, basically. So he's like, oh shit, yeah, I should have kept an eye on that one. And so they decide to build a camp where she has fainted and call it a day. They keep climbing and finally what Cassian was hoping would happen happens, and Nesta cracks. She starts crying and she just like lets it all out. And she just talks about how she doesn't deserve to live. She doesn't deserve anyone's love. That's why she pushes everyone away. She just gives us all the darkness that's in her. She lets that out for us to see. So Cassian tries to like pat her on the back and be like, it's okay. And she says, please, which was her first word in 5 days. All of that like self-hatred stuff that we learned was all in her head. She hasn't shared that with Cassian yet, but he like gets it. You know, he didn't really need all the words. She says, please. And then, don't be kind to me. I didn't deserve it. I let him die. Who? Her father. It all comes back to him. She feels so bad. And the fact that like, even though she was purposely so horrible to him, he still loved her. She still couldn't do anything for him, right? And weirdly, to tie everything together, that's why she can't be near fires, is because the snap, crackle, pop of a fire reminds her of her dad's neck breaking. So Cassian's sitting there, like normally they don't use fires because he noticed, without knowing why, noticed how it affected Nesta. But on this hike, he didn't give a shit and he just built fires and he feels real shitty about that, let me tell you. So then she does actually explain all of her anger to Cassian about how she was so angry growing up and she was so petty that she would rather them die of starvation just to teach her father a lesson, right? She was like, if we're gonna be poor and sad, I'm going to be as poor and as sad as possible. And she hates herself, hates every little part of herself, and she deserves nothing. But then Cassian gives her a nice, long, beautiful pep talk, indeed. He's basically like, everyone deserves happiness and you've apologized. You've got to leave those things behind. Like, forgiveness is something that we also grant ourselves. He says that I've got so many regrets, but we've got to live. And you aren't broken, you're healing. You aren't fixing yourself, you're healing yourself, and that's different. And he continues, and finally, all Nesta can say is thank you. So she just like continues to kind of sob, and then she just kind of collapses. She's physically and emotionally worn out, so she goes to sleep. Later that night, Cassian wakes her up. She's still totally drained, but he's like, get up and take this, and hands her a real sword. He's like, do it. Show me your 8-point star. So she gets up with her sword and she does her sword exercises and it was perfect. She made it to the top of the mountain. She let go of all of her feelings. She's on her healing journey and she can do a perfect 8-point star with a real sword. Cassian says she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Yeah. And we know how much Nesta loves swords, so the fact that she is now able to do her thingy with a real one instead of a wooden one, this just like recharges her batteries and she's basically like, sword first, let's go. Welcome to part 3, Valkyrie. We are back in the training ring after Nesta and Cassian have come back from their little hike, and because they know that you're curious, Emery and Gwen ask Nesta the burning question. But now we're back to Valkyrie business. Gwen has been researching as always, and so she found this thing that is part of Valkyrie culture where they will tie up a ribbon, and if you can cut the ribbon with one, it's a step in the Valkyrie process, right? And everyone's kind of like, Gwen, it's a ribbon. We can do this. And of course, they cannot. You can assume that we'll return to that later, but that was the entire scene. Then we get a little supercut of Nesta's life after her and Cassian went on that hike, and it's basically her training, going to the library, and then any waking moment, they are having filthy, dirty sex all over the House of the Wind. So I'm just gonna like breeze past that, but like that's a large chunk of this part of the book. And then we get back to the library where all of a sudden Nesta approaches Gwen and is like, hey, do you guys did religious services, right? Like you guys are priestesses. And Gwen's like, uh-huh. And Nesta says, there's music at those, right? This is when Nesta is like, listen, I just kind of need to do something. Like she understands that she needs to heal. She needs to forgive herself. She needs to move on. And she's like, this is a thing I could do. I could go sit and listen to Gwen sing. So she asks, and Gwen is like, yeah, you're totally more than welcome. Come along. We immediately get a scene of the service, and Nesta just kind of sits in the back and listens to the singing. And she says she's never heard music like this, like a spell, a dream given form. With her eyes closed, only the music mattered, the song, the voices, the harp. It wrapped around her as if she'd been dropped into a bottomless pool of sound. It sounds similar to how she's felt when she does meditation, so this seems like a really good thing. All of a sudden, she like starts tripping out. I don't know what it is with these sisters and like hearing music and just like transcending, but here we are. She finds herself in this kind of daydream. She's in an open field, and then she's walking through the mountains, and it's really pretty and it's nice. And then she ends up in a very dark place. We as the readers realize a little bit quicker than Nesta does that this is not a good thing. And she keeps walking into this darkness, and we see a harp. The harp, dare I say. It starts talking to her. It essentially is like, I've waited so long for you. Come on, Nesta. Why don't you play us a little tune? It says, we're going to open doors. We can move through space together. And then all of a sudden the music stops, the priestesses are done. She kind of wakes up and realizes she just did scrying without any bones or stones. Cool, but also maybe not a good thing. And where is that dark place that she went to in that daydream? Underneath the prison. How do we know this? She ran to Cassian immediately, and she like described where it was, and Cassian's like, oh shit, like I know what you're talking about. I know the place. He goes to Rhysand, and Rhysand is like, you must be mistaken. She's never been to the prison. How would she know what it looks like? And Cassian is like, listen, Nesta's pretty sure that she woke up the harp. And that's not a good thing, so we need to go get it, and we would like you to remove the shields around the prison, right? Rhysand is just like, okay, I need a little time for that. He's like, why don't you go tomorrow? Because it always helped, like in LA, it always takes 20 minutes to get somewhere. In the night court, it's always tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow we'll do it. So they're going to the prison tomorrow, and Rhysand is like, by the way, bring Nesta's creepy cursed sword, because how could that possibly go wrong? We immediately jump to the next day. Cassian and Nesta and the cursed sword are heading into the prison. Cassian hates this because he put most of those people in there. So he's a little uncomfy, you could say. And he kind of has listed off to Nesta all of the things that he has locked up in there, and they all sound worse than Bryaxis, who is still missing, by the way. Nesta, kind of with those stories and then just the ick that she gets upon stepping into the prison, she's like, okay, we're gonna get in and get out because I can't even spend an hour in here. I can't imagine being locked up for centuries. I would be really pissed at you too, Cassian, so let's bounce. They start walking through complete darkness because that's how the prison is, and she stops when she sees a door that she recognizes from the daydream. Turns out, for some reason, only one of them can go in. It's something to do with the magic, and Nesta's like, I think the harp will sense you, and I think it wants me to go in alone, blah, blah, blah. Cassian obviously hates this, and he's like, I can't risk you, I can't lose you. And it's super romantic, but it's not romantic because they're just sex, right? Okay. Nesta enters the room alone. He's like standing in the doorway, like trying to look in, like, ugh. Sure enough, good job, Nesta. The harp is in the room, and she can still kind of talk to Cassian. So she's like calling back and is like, yep, found it. And then she takes a step closer, and something feels really wrong. The hair on the back of her neck stood. She could have sworn the blood in her body reversed course. She had the creeping feeling that she'd been brought here, not by the cauldron, or the mother, or the harp, by something vaster. Something that stretched into the stars, carved all around them. And then all hell breaks loose. Nesta picks up the harp and immediately is thrown into this kind of vision where there's this castle, there's this giant wall, people are screaming, and then there are all of these thrones, and in the middle is this creepy old looking queen. Who do we know that's a creepy old looking queen? It is none other than Briolyn, and Briolyn is wearing a crown. The crown. Yep, she found it. And so we quickly realize that this isn't really a vision. This is sort of a portal. So Briolyn's like, hey girl, thanks for finding the harp for me. How are your friends Gwen and Emery doing, by the way? And she also says something cryptic about how the harp, quote, sings answers to all of my questions. We don't know either. We don't get it either. That is when darkness slams into Nesta. And the darkness is Cassian. Basically, there are all of these shields suddenly around Nesta and the harp, so he can't get to her to like physically grab her, but he's like slamming against the shields and using his siphons and like every power that he has. Nesta needs to let go of the harp, but she can't. Sort of like how the mask, we've learned, usually doesn't let go of the people who have touched it. The harp doesn't seem to hold the same respect for Nesta that the mask did, so we're in trouble. Nesta is like, "Hi, harp. Can you let me go?" And the harp is like, "I don't really like your tone, girl." Because yeah, the harp can totally talk. And then it says, "Should I open a door for you? Release what which is caught?" Which sounds like a riddle. And you know, these sisters do not do riddles. So Nesta is like, "Quit playing games, just open the doors, okay?" And the harp mysteriously calls her sister. It's like, "Okay, sister. Pluck the first string." She does what she's told. She just goes, "Dong," and whatever has been holding her is let go. She immediately grabs Cassian, who is like having a fit as usual. And she's like, "I'm okay. I'm good. I saw Brielyn. I think she knows where I am now. Everything's fucked, but we're okay. Let's run." And so they just start running out of the prison. And all of a sudden she's like, "I named it Ataraxia." And Cassian seems to like follow her train of thought. I didn't. So she's talking about the sword that she created. She's like, "Yeah, I found that word in a book. It's like from the old Fae language. And I named it Ataraxia," as they're like running for their lives, right? Cassian is like, "That's great. It's much better than Killer or Silver Majesty," which were her other two options. And they're just like continuing to run. It's bizarre, this scene. She gets a little misty-eyed as she's like looking at Cassian, and she's like, "I think we're friends, Cassian." Like she finally feels comfortable enough to call this man her buddy. Cassian's silence was palpable, and she cursed herself for laying bare that wish, that realization. "I've always been your friend, Nesta," he said hoarsely. "Always." She's like, "I know." And they have this little cuddle moment. I guess they stopped running, but they're still in the prison. Nesta whispers, finally daring to say it. "And I've always..." Cassian threw her behind her so fast that she gets like whiplash. The rest of the words die in her throat. "Run," he says. Pure terror filled the air. Lanthus's cell lay open. Pop quiz. Who knows who Lanthus is? Probably not you, because I didn't explain that. My bad. Lanthus is one of the many beasts that Cassian put in the prison. He is apparently able to rip the air from your lungs. He's some sort of death god. He's probably related to the bone carver. He can make you drown on dry land. He can peel your skin from your body. His methods of killing are creative and slow. His door being open, not a good thing. Cassian beheld the open door to the cell and knew two things. The first and the most obvious was that he was about to die. The second,
I was unconditionally and irrevocably...
I'm kidding, but wouldn't that have been ballsy of her? Anyway, the second thing was that he would do anything in the world to protect Nesta from meeting the same fate. So prepare to say goodbye to Cassian. Turns out, remember how the harp was like, "Do you want me to open the doors?" And Nesta's just like, yeah, riddles, yeah, just let me go. Girl. Cassian manages to distract, I'm going to call him Lanny from now on, okay? Cassian manages to distract Lanny. Nesta starts running, obviously assuming Cassian is behind her. And Cassian is there just hoping that she gets out of the prison before she can hear him die. When Nesta finally notices that Cassian is not behind her, she's kind of like, okay, what do I have at my disposal? How can I help Cassian? And she realizes she still has the harp. How many strings does the harp have? How does she have time to count the strings? I don't know. How many strings does the harp have? 26. Why does that number matter? Think way back to Gwen, when we really first met her, and she was talking about the research that she has to do for her boss about different dimensions. How many were there? Some say 11. Some say 26. Indeed. So the harp also had said, remember, like, we can open doors together. We can move through space together. Things that Nesta just like writes off because, again, riddles, this cryptic stuff. These sisters, they don't mess with that, okay? So she starts putting all the pieces together and she's like, I am holding a teleportation device, goddammit. She decides to just pluck a string because she has nothing to lose, especially because she has just gotten out of the prison. And who's waiting there but a shit ton of Autumn Court soldiers, because Briolyn knew where she was and sent her soldiers to come collect her. So Nesta's just like, no better time than the present, plucks a string and is like, take me to Cassian. Incredibly, it works. She ends up next to Cassian and she's ready to just grab him and teleport away but her appearance distracted him for like a split second because honestly, yeah, same. And so he kind of looks at her and that's enough time for Lanny to grab him and throw Cassian against the nearest stone wall. He hits the wall, wings crunching, and fell to the floor where he didn't move. Nesta runs to him. He's still breathing, but now she turns and she has to fight Lanny, this giant death god thing, alone. And she's been in this situation before. Remember when Cassian gets knocked out and she had to face Hybern alone? Cassian's really got to stop this. I thought he was like the best warrior, but he gets knocked out quite a bit. Nesta's like, I'm not doing this again. Elaine is not going to show up at the perfect moment. It is my time. And so she draws her sword and slashes up a perfect combination. The sword starts to glow. Lanny screams. And then he turns into this hot, naked, golden-haired man. And he's like, what death god are you? He's looking at the sword really freaked out and Nesta is just like, get back in your cell. And he's like, no. He also has hair down to his butt. That's an important detail. So can you picture what I'm picturing? Okay, so that's what Nesta's looking at. And he's like, what is the sword's name? He seems really freaked out by this sword. And she says, it's ataraxia. And it will be the last thing you ever see. To which he just starts laughing, this naked man. Apparently the name of the sword is really funny. We don't speak ancient Fae, so you and I still don't know what ataraxia means. He asks her again what death god she is because he can recognize the silver fire within her. He's like, what is that fire? And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he suddenly gets serious. Oh, he's not on the board. Why am I pointing? Lanny suddenly gets serious and he's like, is it possible that you don't know what you are? And Nesta's just like, can I carve you up now? Why are we still talking? Then he suddenly kind of shrugs off the I'm the death god, I'm gonna kill you thing and becomes like really charming. And he says, if you come with me, I can teach you everything. You can be the queen of queens. He shows her a vision. We see the trove, but also a weird fourth object that she can't really see. And then he shows her how much he can pleasure her and that they will have a child and that child will rule entire universes. And Nesta's really pissed. She snaps out of it and she's like, you're not laying a hand on me, tiny naked man. She takes a step sideways so that Cassian can throw a dagger with impeccable aim right in his chest. Dead naked man. Dead naked man. Nesta does her favorite thing to her enemies, which is behead them. She slashes off his head, plucks the harp, grabs Cassian and is like, take us to the river house, and poof. Thank you for being on this journey with me. This book, man. We make it safely to the river house where Rhysand and Feyre are waiting for us. Cassian has a cracked skull and a broken arm, so Rhysand is like, you're grounded. This is also the first time that Nesta has seen Feyre since she told Feyre that she was gonna die. And they kind of have this like secret sisterly nodding communication. Nesta apologizes and Feyre's like, we good. Then Nesta catches everybody up on what happened in the prison, and this is where we get a history lesson that does not matter, but it absolutely will in future books. So on the off chance that any of you are going to remember what I'm about to say, I'm going to put it out here, all right? Remember in the vision with the harp when she communicated with Briolyn, she said that she was at like a castle and there were people screaming. So her first question to Rhysand is, hey, did anybody live where the prison is now? Like, was there a castle before there was a prison? Rhysand is like, I don't know. I'm old, but I'm not that old. So dead end there, but maybe keep that in mind. And then second question is, when she was fighting Lanny and he was telling her about how she was going to be the queen of queens, he mentioned something called the Wild Hunt, which is something that you probably know if you know anything about fairy tales. But in the ACOTAR world, it is a thing of legend. Probably happened 15,000 years ago. All right. We learn that Fae, all of these guys, were not the first masters of this world. According to their oldest legends, the Fae were actually created by these things that were, quote, near gods or monsters, and they were called the Daglin. They enslaved the Fae and the humans. They were petty and cruel and drank the magic of the land like wine. I'm not sure if that sounds familiar to anybody, but if you know, you know. Eventually, there was a Fae named Fionn, who overthrew the Daglin, and he became the first High King ever. But he was betrayed by his queen and his general. They split up the territories, they killed him, and that's how we have the courts that we have today. Once again, none of that matters in this book, but I just wanted to let you know, because Sarah wanted to let us know. Then the inner circle puts their little knuckleheads together and tries to do some scheming for what do we do next. And Rhysand comes up with the silliest idea that actually made me laugh out loud when I was reading it. Everybody else is like, we're going to sneak in here and we're going to do this and we're going to save the world and blah, blah, blah. And Rhysand is like, Nesta, I heard you know how to dance. I don't know if I mentioned this, it was kind of in passing, but Elaine has talked about how Nesta, because of her training from Grandmama, she's like an insane dancer. And one time she went to a ball and she danced with this like hideously old man who was like a king or something. And within minutes, he was asking to marry her. Like, she can seduce him real quick. And so Rhysand is like, okay, Nesta, we need Eris to continue to be our ally, right? But he's kind of on the fence because they're fucking up. They haven't really done that much. And he's like, I want you to seduce Eris, but just enough to like keep him around, right? Feyre is really mad at this because first of all, she can't do anything because she's pregnant. Rhysand is like making her just sit at home. She's really antsy and annoyed that she isn't part of this plan. And also she's like, ew, you can't just like make Nesta seduce someone. Cassian wakes up from his hospital bed and is like, over my dead body. And Nesta's like, I'll do it. Yeah, fine. For some reason after this, we get a scene where Cassian takes Nesta back to the family cottage in the human realms. I think this part of the book is very much like Nesta just fully healing herself. And so that is a wound that we're attending to. So they head to the human realm. She basically just walks Cassian through their whole life. It's a quick tour. It's a small house. So she's like, this is where I ate, this is where I slept. But then she starts to notice little kind of details left behind by her father, like how he used to carve wooden figurines and stuff like that. And she realizes that like this is not something that's going to heal in a day, you know? And so we get a few pages of her just talking to Cassian about how much she regrets how she treated her father when they lived here. And then she's sort of like, you know, I think I'm good. Like, I'm glad that I came. Thank you for taking me. But like, I think we can leave. I just needed to see it one more time. And Cassian is like, sounds good. Do you want to head into town and see what's up there? And Nesta's like, we're high fae. Like, the humans are going to be real freaked out by our presence. And Cassian just holds the door open for her. And he's like, spice up your life, girl. We skip to a month later. This is a very choppy book. I apologize, but we skip to a month later. It is now winter. It is cold. The girls are still training, loving it. They are still exploring every dark corner of the House of the Wind. And even with that, all of the physical exertion, the purple bruises under her eyes had finally vanished. She is sleeping well. She is eating well. Look at her. All right. And then a stranger appears. Her name is Moore. Yes, Moore is here for a chapter of this book in which She helps Nesta learn the dances of the high fae, because she only knows human dances, okay? Mor and Nesta have their first semi-civil conversation where Mor allows her to call her Mor instead of Morrigan. So that's a baby step. And then we go to the library because Gwen asked Emery and Nesta to come. And she's like, girls, I got you a little something. And remember how the whole reason that she's been researching Valkyries is because her boss is writing a book about Valkyries. And because of their training, Gwen convinced her boss to add a little paragraph about the rebirth of the Valkyries. The back of Nesta's throat aches and her eyes stung. We're in a book? Gwen smiled again, her eyes bright. Our stories are worth telling. But the gift giving is not over because Cassian is busy that night, so Nesta's home alone and she decides to ask the house to build her a small fire. She's like, listen, I went to my dad's house. I'm like slowly trying to break through all of these things, right? Let's try the fire. So she sits in her room and she tries to get over it, to sit next to the fire and not imagine her father's neck snapping. And she manages to sit there for a while, not comfortably, but she was able to pull through. She kind of sits there realizing how far she has come when she notices a trail of pine needles. She follows them and they lead into the library, and it sounds really romantic. Like there are fairy lights, it's leading down and down and down, and it's super pretty. And that's when she realizes her friend, the house, is that darkness. So all the times that she's looked down there and felt something looking back, it was the house. And the house is trying to remind Nesta and anyone who cares to look that there's darkness in it, just like there's darkness in Nesta, and is sort of like, hey, we're the same. It's okay. It doesn't sound that good on paper, as it doesn't sound that good as I'm explaining it, but essentially what we're trying to understand is that the house understands Nesta and is brave enough to show Nesta its darkness, so maybe Nesta can embrace hers. And now it's finally time for the winter solstice, and this is a moment where Sarah J. Maas could have made a really cool entrance. But instead she chooses to focus on her favorite thing, which is sense of smell. Feyre walks in. She's wearing a dress that is showing off her swelling belly, and I'll just read to you. Rhysand's face was a portrait of smug male pride. Cassian knew he'd shred anyone who so much as blinked wrong at Feyre into a million bloody ribbons. Indeed, cold violence rippled off of Rhys as they walked towards the dais. Feyre's baby-rich scent filled the air. He let everyone here smell it, further confirming that she was with child. Why? Anyway, everybody's sniffing at Feyre, and then Elaine and Nesta walk in. To say Cassian goes weak at the knees, it's an understatement. But remember, she's here to seduce Eris, okay? Step 1 in making Eris an ally, Rhysand gives him a dagger. But he doesn't mention that Nesta made it. He's like, I don't know, man, we just found this magical dagger. Love for you to have it. Then they start to dance, and Cassian has no choice but to simply watch in awe. Even Eris's eyes widened at it. The sheer skill and grace, each movement of her body precisely tuned to each note and flutter of music. Cassian dared to glance at Feyre and Rhys, and found even their normally composed faces had gone a bit slack. By the time Nesta and Eris finished their first rotation, Cassian had the growing feeling that Elaine had rather undersold her sister's abilities. We get quite a few pages of different ways of explaining how Nesta knows how to twirl. I kid you not. Pages. And she is, quote, seducing Eris to within an inch of his life.
And in that bog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole, hole in the bog down in the valley, oh, hole, the rattling bog.
But they're not just dancing, okay, they're also talking, and Eris says something kind of cryptic, which we know the sisters just don't do. So I'm gonna tell you so that you can remember. He says, don't believe the lies they tell you about me. And he kind of like motions at Mor, and he says, she knows the truth but has never revealed it. And Nesta's like, why? He continues, because she's afraid of it. They all believe the version of events that's easier to swallow. I always thought Rhysand was wiser than that, but he tends to be blind where those he loves are concerned. What? But once again, we don't hear the full story. Is Eris absolutely going to get his own book? 100%. Sarah, you dropped the whole cookie. These are no longer crumbs. He's getting his own book. Mark my words. So we never hear the end of his and Moore's story because Cassian butts in. He doesn't want Eris to keep dancing with Nesta, so he's just like, dance with me. And then he realizes, oh shit, I don't know how to dance. This male who had faced down enemy armies, who had battled to the brink of death more times than she cared to count, who had fought so many dangers it was a miracle he lived, was nervous. It softened some crucial piece of her. So Nesta sees that he's like, ooh, shit. And she's like, oh, don't worry. I can dance well enough for the two of us. So they finally find their rhythm, and Cassian is able to smile at her, and the world fades away. The music was no longer the most beautiful thing in existence. He was Nesta. Cassian eventually takes a break and heads over to the snack table where Moore is standing, and Moore's just kind of like, looks like our lessons paid off, huh? And Cassian's like, I owe you one, girl. So while Moore was at House of the Wind training Nesta, she was also secretly training Cassian for how to dance so that he could ask Nesta to dance. That was probably like my favorite interaction of the entire book, I'm gonna be real. But cute moment is over because we flash to Rhysand and Feyre, who are standing kind of like at the throne area, and Eris just comes up and is like, okay, I see what you're doing. You clearly want to ally with me. He's like, what do you want from me? He's assuming that they're doing this because they want something more than just his allyship. And he's like, I will do anything. Just give me Nesta as my bride. Feyre whips her head over to Rhysand and is like, what the fuck? He danced with her 3 times. Rhysand is trying to hold back a smile because remember, everybody, including me, kind of like giggled at his plan when he was like, you know how to dance, Nesta? And now he's like, vindication! He finally says, I'll talk to Nesta, but I would keep that dagger on you, buddy, because you might need it. Then remember, the winter solstice isn't just their like party time, it's also Feyre's birthday, and along with it being her birthday, this is they kind of celebrate it as Christmas, so like everybody gets presents. Okay, and we get this weird scene with Nesta and Elaine. So remember, we haven't seen Elaine in a while since Nesta scared her off. And Elaine just walks in and is like, Nesta, you better behave because Feyre's pregnant and I can't have her being stressed and blah, 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 blah. And Nesta's just like, fuck you, Elaine. To which Elaine smiles. And she's like, finally, she says, this is a good sign. You're treating me like a human instead of this little pet that you need to protect. Nesta's very confused. And Elaine is just like, let's go check on dessert, and links arms and off they go. I don't have sisters, so let me know what you think about this. We get a very long scene of the gift giving, like literally we go through every single person giving every single person a gift. So I'm not gonna do that, but highlights, Feyre gave Nesta basically like a gift certificate for a year's worth of books at her favorite bookstore in Valeris, which I think is really cute. But then best gift giver of the year award goes to Asriel. So Nesta didn't get anybody gifts. She didn't know that that was a thing. So she's like feeling shitty. Asriel is like, got a gift for you. Here you go. She opens it and she doesn't understand what it is. Asriel plucked up the small folded silver wand within and unfurled it. One end held a clip, the other a small glass sphere. You can attach this to whatever book you're reading, and the little ball of Feylight will shine so you don't have to squint when you're reading at night. Asriel bought Nesta a book light, and she like leaps into his arms and gives him the biggest hug, and he absolutely deserves it. How cute. Much later, after everyone is asleep, Cassian knocks on Nesta's door. He has a present, but the last winter solstice that they were together and he tried to give her a present, either she threw it in the river or he threw it in the river, but whatever it was, giving Nesta presents, like Cassian's a little traumatized, so he wanted to do this in private. She opens it and it is a silver ball nestled in a black velvet box the size of a chicken egg. Okay. And he's like, touch the top, tap it, do the thing. Music explodes from the orb. It is called a symphonia, and it's basically like a recording device. He went back to the Court of Nightmares, made the musicians who played that night at the Winter Solstice Ball, made them play all of the songs that they danced to so he could record that. And then he went to all of Nesta's favorite taverns and made them play music as well. And Nesta is literally sobbing at this point, and she just says, I can't accept this. And he's like, oh, no, I made it for you. It's fine. Nobody, just take it. It's okay. And Nesta's like, no, I'm not accepting it. Return it. See why Cassian is traumatized? My God. They get into this huge fight. Of course, Eris comes up and Nesta's like, I'm probably going to marry Eris and blah, blah, blah. And Cassian is like, okay, I know why you don't like me. Like, I'm just this low-born brute. Brute is his favorite word, by the way. I haven't said it a lot in this video because it's like not a word I use often, but he's obsessed with the fact that he's just a brute. Okay? Nesta says, no, Eris is the brute and a piece of shit, just like me, which is why I should marry him because we go well together. She says, I deserve Eris. Her voice cracked. You are good, Cassian, and you're brave and brilliant and kind. I could kill anyone who has ever made you feel less than that. You're everything I've never been and will never be good enough for. Your friends know it, and I've carried that around with me all this time, that I don't deserve you. And now Cassian is sobbing, low-key, me too, okay? They just cry a lot, like together. They just like are on the bed sobbing. When finally he says, you're not gonna marry Eris, he said roughly. No, she breathed. His eyes blazed. There will be no one else for either of us. Nesta laid a hand on his muscled chest, letting the thunderous beating of his heart beneath echo into her palm. Ever, she swore. They have, quote, life-changing, earth-shattering sex. And for the first time, Cassian stays the night. All this time, he's still been bouncing. The second they're done, he's like, okay, outie, just sex, bye. He stays and gives Nesta the cuddles that she's wanted. They wake up next to each other and it should be a really romantic moment, but Cassian's like, shit, and runs out because he's late for the annual winter solstice Bat Boys snowball fight. And so Nesta is left on her own again. After that, Cassian is mysteriously missing for 3 days, and Nesta's quite lonely, so she's like, hey girls, want to have a sleepover? And they do. So they have a sleepover. They talk about romance books, they take bubble baths, and they make friendship bracelets. Gwen is like, listen, I know how to make friendship bracelets. I bought string. Let's make it. And we can add these beads, and let's like make a wish, and it'll be cute. And so it's just like girls' night. And the house is there, obviously, having a good time. 2 days later, Cassian finally shows up, and they're at the training ring, and Gwen finally cuts the ribbon. This has been months in the making. She finally is able to cut that damn ribbon in one swipe, and that technically makes her Valkyrie. So Gwen is the first, followed by Nesta and Emery. They did it. Way to go, girls. But their training isn't done yet. Cassian is like, yeah, okay, so you did all that. But the real power of the Valkyries wasn't their individual power. It was how incredible they worked as a group. So, and he goes like, ta-da! There is an obstacle course set up. That's why he's been gone for a couple days. So he's like, the true strength of a Valkyrie comes from them being a highly trained unit. So the only way you can get through this course is if you guys work together. And Gwen is like, cool, so what do we get when we finish? What's the prize? Azriel kind of smiles and he's like, well, since there's no chance in hell you guys are gonna finish this, we actually didn't even think about a prize. And Gwen is like, cool, look forward to proving you wrong. Of course, it does not go well. They absolutely do not get through the obstacle course, but as Gwen is walking out and heading to the library, she walks past Azriel and says, see you tomorrow, Shadow Singer. Azriel stared at her, brows high with amusement. When he turned back, Nesta grinned. You have no idea what you just started. Azriel angled his head hazel eyes narrowing as Gwen reached the archway to the library. Remember how obsessed Gwen was with cutting that ribbon? Nesta winked and clapped the Shadow Singer on the shoulder. You're the new ribbon, Azriel. It takes the girls 2 entire months to get through the obstacle course, but when they do, Gwen bounds up to Azriel and is like, hello, what is our prize? And he says, you already have it. You just passed the blood right qualifiers. What? So, in order to even be a part of the blood right, you need to prove yourself that you're not just going to be a waste of space when they drop you off for the Illyrian blood right. You remember this? They passed the qualifying exams. Basically, they're warrior enough to do the Illyrian warrior blood right. And secretly, Cassian even had Devlin and a couple other Illyrian generals come watch to prove that they did it. So, girl power. We get a couple pages of Nesta explaining the difference between lovemaking and fucking. We also get her running up and down the stairs a bunch and thinking about Cassian, just trying to stay true to the plot so you know what's going on. But now we have Starfall. Starfall, you guys remember it. Every fan artist's favorite scene. It's when there's this inexplicable meteor shower, but maybe they're not meteors, maybe they're souls traveling. No one knows, okay? But you can get hit by them and get glitter all over you and have a romantic moment, as we know. So, welcome to another Starfall. We finally get a moment with Nesta and Amren, who also has not spoken to Nesta in quite a while. Nesta finally really apologizes, and Amren does as well. And this is when Amren is sort of you've been using your powers, I see. And Nesta's like, what? And this is when we learn that Nesta essentially made the house. So when she was brought to House of the Wind, she was incredibly lonely, incredibly broken, and all she wanted was a friend. She just needed someone to talk to, someone to listen to her, someone to be with her. And so she sort of manifested the house's consciousness. It's a stretch, but that's what it is. Amren is yeah, the second I walked into the house, I noticed it was different. It wasn't ever like that before. It happened after you came. And Nesta's really surprised because she says, I thought my power only made terrible things, but the house is good. And then she thinks about the darkness and that pit in the library. Maybe that's the bad part. But then she says, maybe because the house knows that I know about its darkness and I didn't judge it for it, maybe that makes it easier for the house to keep it in check. When people know the worst thing about you, maybe that's freedom, and especially if they don't judge you for it, right? And Amren says, that's the key, isn't it? To know the darkness will always remain, but how you choose to face it and handle it, that's the important part. To focus on the good things that fill you with wonder. That struggle with that darkness is worth it, just to see such things. Okay, we're skipping a lot of time here. Now we're all the way in spring. Nothing has really happened with Briolin. They're just kind of taking their sweet ass time. The priestesses saw a rare red star shoot across the sky, and that doesn't seem to be good. Do we hear more about it later? No. Rhysand also isn't happy because Feyre is due in 2 months and we still don't know anything about how to help her. Then we get a meeting with Eris. It's all business, no talk of marriage. And then he brings up the harp and they're all of a sudden oh shit, we forgot to tell Eris. So then they're oh yeah, we found the harp a couple of months ago. And he's first of all, screw you for not telling me. And second of all, I'm not really comfortable with you guys having so many of these magical weapons. So they get in this weird fight where they essentially aren't allies. They're as close to enemies as you can be without being straight up enemies. It's a super weird scene. I don't know why Nesta had to dance with him. We're back at square one. Eris is on the fence again. And that's the end of that. So A bit later, we are down in Valeris. Cassian and Nesta are walking around shopping, probably using her book gift card. And Cassian is not one to shy away from PDA, so he's very much like being all cuddly and touchy. He gives her a big old kiss when they're waiting on the bridge. And Nesta's like, you know, people are watching. Like, doesn't that undermine my image of being like the badass warrior chick if like I'm being all cuddly and cute with you? Cassian's like, no. Does it undermine Feyre's badass high lady vibes when she's with Rhysand? My stomach tightened. It's different for them. And Cassian asks carefully, why? Nesta kept her focus on the glittering river below. Because they're mates. At his utter silence, she knew what he'd say. She braced for it, but all he said was, and we're not? Nesta said nothing. They stand there in silence for a while, just staring into each other's eyes. When she finally says, that word means nothing to me, Cassian. It means something to all of you, but for most of my life, husband and wife was as good as it got for me. Mate is just a word. Tries to brush it off. She walks away from him and he keeps yelling like, what are you so afraid of, Nesta? You know, very dramatic, these two. He's like, Nesta, talk to me. And he's also like, just say it, Nesta. Say it. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, ask me why I disappeared for a week after the winter solstice. Ask me. And Nesta doesn't. So he's like, all right, I'll tell you. Basically, he woke up from the life-changing, earth-shattering sex, and he felt the mating bond snap. And he wasn't sure if Nesta felt it, and he didn't want to scare her if she wasn't ready for the truth, so he ran off. He just keeps saying, like, say it, Nesta. Say what I've guessed from the moment we met, what I knew the first time I kissed you, what became unbreakable between us on the solstice night. Nesta still refuses, still is just like staring quietly, and he says, I'm your mate for fuck's sake, Cassian shouted. Why are you still fighting this? Can you imagine witnessing this as a citizen of Valeris, just watching this go down on the bridge? Incredible. This is when Nesta finally talks, okay? Basically, mate is a Fae thing. And she's like, I'm just trying to hold on to the last scrap of my humanity, okay? To which Cassian is like, I thought you wanted to be one of us. Like, I thought we got over that, right? To which Nesta says, I didn't exactly have a choice in the matter, Cassian. To which Cassian says, well, I didn't exactly have a choice when I got shackled to you. And immediately he's like, ooh, my bad. Bad choice of words, not shackled, but it was too late. And Nesta, you know when she gets mad, she gets real mad. So remember how they made a bargain long time ago in the beginning of this book that Cassian owed Nesta a favor, and so they have matching back tattoos, right? She cashes in. She's like, my favor is that you are going to go away and not speak to me until I want you to, or until a week passes, whichever one comes first. Go away. To which Cassian tries to like take a step towards her and apologize, but he can feel the tattoo burning on his skin. He can't be near her. So she's like, go away. And off he flies. Within seconds, Moore appears. Pretty sure Cassian immediately flew to her and was like, go help Nesta. She's going through it, okay? And Nesta is like, hi, please take me to Emery. That's where I want to stay, because obviously she's not going to the fucking river house to stay with this tool bag. So she's like, take me to my girl's house. She gets there. Emery is immediately like, make yourself at home. I'm gonna whip up some soup. And then, surprise of all surprises, Gwen walks in. Somehow either Emery or Moore, someone thought to bring Gwen along. Gwen, who doesn't leave the library. She's left the House of the Wind grounds. That's nuts. Emery says, I can't believe you came. And Gwen literally is like, please don't talk about it. I'm so nervous. I'm going to vomit. So let's just move on. And they all just start giggling and they have a cute little girls' night. Again, yay. Nesta goes over everything that happened. She kind of calms down and she's like, listen, I'm going to talk to Cassian tomorrow. She's going to explain everything about why she's scared, and she's not going to stop apologizing until he smiles again. Because she knows that even though the future is scary, with Cassian at her side and her friends with her, she could do it. Tomorrow, she will tell Cassian everything. Tomorrow, her life would begin. There's still like 200 pages left of this book, so they all head to bed. She closes her eyes to the thought of her and Cassian's future. When a male scent filled her room, it wasn't Cassian, it wasn't Rhys or Asriel, and it was full of hate. All of a sudden, she hears screaming from Gwen, and then she feels something cold and wet press into her face, and she slips into the darkness. The next day, Cassian somehow finagles the information out of Moore to find out where she took Nesta, and she's like, dropped her off at the Illyrian camp, some girl named Emery. I'm sure they're there having a good time. Chill out. But Cassian's like, no, I need to talk to her right now. So he grabs Rhysand, of all people, and off they go to check on Nesta. They walk into Emery's shop, and they are not there, but they smell this weird, this weird male magic scent, which is weird because Illyrians don't have magic, except for one night when they possess an ancient, wild power. Gwen, Emery, and Nesta had been snatched from their beds. The blood rite began at midnight. But now that they've been taken, the only way to get out of the blood rite is to either pass, which 12 people have done, or you die. Someone had poured sand into her mouth and taken a hammer to her head. Images of last night pelted her. Nesta wakes up surrounded by unconscious Illyrian soldiers. They have also been taken to the blood rite. This is a thing where you get kidnapped and taken to the blood rite. So everybody wakes up and they're just on a mountain. Nesta, in particular, does not want to be there when everybody wakes up. So she starts to run when she realizes she doesn't have any power. During the blood rite, there were all of these shields set up so that nobody has an unfair advantage, nobody can use their powers, nobody has weapons. So she is in the freezing cold in nothing but a nightgown, no powers, no weapons, no friends. She remembers that when the Bat Boys are constantly recounting their experience with the blood rite, Rhysand, Cassian, and Asriel were intentionally separated. They were put into different parts of the mountain, and they found each other and fought their way to the top and won the blood rite. So Nesta is like, okay, game plan, find my girls, survive the blood rite. Speaking of Cassian is freaking out because they just discovered that Nesta and the girls had been taken. Cassian is like, Rhys, winnow me in. Like, we've got to get Nesta out. And Rhysand is like, honestly, I would, but you know the rules. What are the rules? If anybody goes in to rescue someone from the blood rite, that person and the person that they rescued will be executed. And Rhysand is like, that applies to me too, bud. Like, we're stuck. So Cassian is like, so we just sit on our asses for a week and hope they survive? But Asriel over here is like, has no one been listening to anything I've been saying? There are things to do. No, Cassian, we aren't gonna sit on our ass. Turns out Eris has been captured by Breolin, so we've got to go get him ASAP. This is where, if Rhysand hadn't annoyed you in this book already, here it comes, guys. Cassian and Asriel are like, okay, we're ready to go. We're going to go save the world, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, all of this, Eris, Breolin, everything is related to the end of the world as they know it. Okay? So they're like, alrighty, Rhysand, can you winnow us close to the human realms? Because remember, they can't winnow. If Asriel and Cassian fly, it's going to take a lot longer. Winnowing takes a millisecond, okay? Rhysand, please winnow us there. Rhysand's answer, I can't. Ugh. Everyone, understandably, is like, why the fuck not? Rhysand, like, we understand that he's stressed about Feyre, who is months away from dying. Totally understandable, but like, you're also the High Lord. So like, you need to do a little work with the whole saving the world thing. This is where we've got to do a little callback. Testing your memory here. How did A Court of Wings and Ruin end? We're back up in the tower where Rhysand goes when he's moody or wants a drink. Feyre goes up to him and is like, don't you ever pull that shit again, with him dying. And she says, when we go together. And he says, deal. That wasn't just a, deal, okay, bestie, kind of thing. That was a Fae bargain. They have tattoos. If Feyre dies, Rhysand dies. If Rhysand dies, Feyre dies. And who's probably going to die very soon in this book? You can see where the problem is. I never thought it would turn out like this, Rhys said quietly. Amren, who is here for this conversation, is so pissed. She is like, I did not pledge myself to a fucking idiot High Lord. What the hell did you guys do? She's livid, but she's like, listen, we're going to talk about how stupid you are after we save the world, but like, we've got shit to do. Everybody to their stations. We're going to be jumping back and forth between Cassian and Nesta for the rest of the book, so if I'm like, apologies. So we're back with Nesta. First order of business, get clothes. This is the top of an icy, snowy mountain. She doesn't have shoes. She doesn't have anything but a nightgown. She somehow woke up before the other warriors, which is a good thing. And so she takes that moment to like observe her surroundings. But as she's doing that, a soldier wakes up. The first soldier wakes up and he kind of sees her and immediately runs into the edge of the woods. They're like in a clearing. He like darts to the edge of the woods, grabs a knife that was laying on the ground and goes to attack Nesta. There are not supposed to be weapons in the blood right. That's the whole point. You're just supposed to use your wits and your strength, whatever. But doesn't really matter. Nesta's a badass, so she ends up somehow turning the knife on him and killing him and taking the clothes off his back. And off she trots. As Nesta is running, luckily she actually listens to Cassian and remembers all of the times he's been recounting the blood right to her. And she knows that there are multiple dumping grounds for the warriors. So she's trying to figure out where she was. She assumes Emery and Gwen are either at like the north one or the west one or the, you know. And she also remembers as she's running and kind of like in pain from that little scuffle with the warrior, she remembers that because they don't have their powers, that includes their healing abilities. Usually Fae can heal quite quickly, but in this case they don't. So if she gets a cut that normally her little Fae body would just stitch up, she could bleed out and die. So all of a sudden she's like extra fragile as well. So she's running, thinking about all of this when she looks down at that cute little friendship bracelet that Gwen and Emery made when they had their little sleepover, and it's glowing. She touches it because that's what you do when something glows, and she hears a little voice that says, hurry. And it kind of like leads her. It's kind of like that you're getting hotter, that game. It's kind of leading her in a direction. Why? When they were making those friendship bracelets, remember how I said they like made a wish and added a stone and all that stuff? Nesta's wish sounds pretty simple, but it was for the courage to go out into the world when we're ready, but to always be able to find our way back to each other, no matter what. Yep, she made the charms basically a beacon, and off she goes. How does that magic work when all other magic doesn't? Who knows? Who knows? We eventually do find Emery because of this bracelet. However, she is in a bad state. So Nesta has been slicing and dicing her way through the blood right, but when she finds Emery, she is like on the other side of a river, kind of like still in the river, washed up, because it seems like she had gotten chased and her only way of escaping was to jump into the freezing river. So Nesta somehow manages to get to her, is mainly focused on making sure she doesn't get hypothermia, and is trying to find a place for them to get to shelter when an Illyrian soldier approaches her. Nesta's like, listen, I've been killing you guys since I woke up. I am not done. Don't test me. And he is like, oh, don't worry, girl. I know who you are. You are Feyre's sister, and I would be killed if I killed you. So don't worry, I'm not going to touch you. But he's like, there's a cave over there. If you guys are thinking of camping out in the elements, you're gonna die. So come to the cave with me. I promise I'm not going to hurt you. Here, you can have my cloak. He gives Emery the cloak. She is still unconscious. And Nesta's basically like, one wrong move. one wrong move. And he's like, got it. His name is Balthazar. Okay. They survived the night. Balthazar, true to his word, didn't do anything shady, and the second the sun rose, he was like, peace out. But before he leaves, he kind of looks out into the forest and he just kind of says, you're not gonna have any trouble finding clothes today. And littered throughout the forest are just hundreds of dead Illyrian warriors. They were like ripped apart by things that don't seem human. Balthazar just kind of says, good luck, ladies. And they are alone again. They spend the next couple of days looking for Gwen. Emery has woken up, but her memory is all wonky. She's very weak, but they continue looking for Gwen when they finally come across what looks like Gwen's nightgown caught in the branches. As they creep closer to it, they hear voices and they see a group of Illyrian soldiers, and they're kind of snooping when Nesta looks at one and is like, God, where have I seen that face before? He looks so familiar. And she turns to Emery, but she's not there. Emery is gone because she's being dragged down the slope and she's between two grinning Illyrian soldiers. We also keep getting flashbacks to Cassian and Azriel literally just flying in circles around the castle, hoping that Eris is like around. And Cassian just keeps like staring out into the distance, being like, I'd feel it if Nesta died. And then that's it. And this repeats many times. So I'm not going to tell you about it, but just assume that like every 3 or 4 minutes of watching this video, there's a Cassian and Azriel circling the castle scene. Okay? Okay. Back at the Blood Rite, the nightgown that Nesta and Emery found was actually a trap laid by these guys. And that kind of, ooh, where do I know that guy from? Warrior? Yeah, that was Emery's cousin. So remember that time that Nesta came into Emery's shop and there was like this douchebag in there? That was her cousin, and he is now in the Blood Rite. Honestly, I might not have remembered that face, so good job, Nesta, I guess. But that being said, she looks at him closer and realizes that his eyes are kind of foggy, which is the trademark of Briolin's mind control. Nesta confirms it by asking him just straight up, like, did you sabotage the Blood Rite by planting those weapons? And he's like, I wouldn't call it sabotage, and neither did she. So, I mean, what other she, you know? Illyrian men don't like women. The only women they mess with are evil ones that want to destroy the world. So apparently Briolin set all of this up. Like, remember how she mentioned that she knows about Emery and Gwen? So I guess she like plays the long game and knew that they would be able to get into the Blood Rite. Like, how did she know that Cassian was going to, as a present, give them the Blood Rite obstacle course test? Like, it's just the plot hole is there. I don't know. But what I do know is that they are about to be killed, because regardless of Briolin, Emery's cousin is like, our family would be so ashamed if you finished the Blood Rite. So like the only way to have honor is to die. So I'm going to kill you. It's like, thanks, cuz. So they are prepared to die. They have no magic. They have no weapons. They're surrounded by warriors when all of a sudden they are spattered by blood, and it's not their own. Some horrific ass looking beast. Spoiler, no. That would have been real cool. But no, it's not Tammy. It's just some other horrible beast. Arrives at the perfect moment and just starts eating up these warriors. They're kind of frozen in fear when they hear a voice go like, over here, come on guys. And it's Gwen. Gwen is on the other side of this ridge, and she's basically just like, come on, run. They manage to all get to each other. They run to safety and they catch up on each other's adventures. Gwen, same as Nesta, seemed to have woken up before everybody. She just started running. During this time, she somehow managed to learn how to like coax the beast, because remember when they woke up from the cave and all those soldiers seem to have been like eaten? There's a beast, maybe multiple beasts, that live in the Blood Rite area, and like that can kill a lot of soldiers. Okay, so she taught this beast a few tricks, and she basically managed to coax it towards those soldiers in order to save Nesta and Emery. So Good job, girl. And then Gwen is like, you guys were looking for me? As if they would not. And Emery basically says that. She's like, yeah, duh. Of course we did. That's what sisters are for. Cute moment. However, we have issues. Number one being they still need to survive 4 days of the blood rite. So you either win the blood rite, you get to the top of the mountain and you are immediately winnowed out and survive. Yay, happy. Or you die. Or you survive it and you didn't win it, but like, good job, you got through it, sort of thing. So they're like, that's what we're gonna do, but we need to survive for 4 days. How are we gonna do that? Their first idea is they're gonna tie themselves up in a tree like Katniss, and it seems to work for them. While they're up there, they start chatting and we learn a couple of things. Number one, Gwen is pretty sure that the reason that the beasts don't attack them is because they're not Illyrian, and Nesta and Gwen's sense, all right, must be hiding Emery, shielding her from the beasts. And this is where Emery gives us a little history lesson that's a little bit better than Rhysand's history lesson, but it's still kind of okay. A long time ago, once upon a time, one might even say, there was a war between the Fae and the ancient beings who oppressed them. And one of the key battles took place right here, and they were super outnumbered. The Fae were absolutely going to die, but one soldier decided he was going to hold the line. He found this archway, and it kind of made this bottleneck so the soldiers couldn't walk through easily, and he died, but he held off the enemy long enough for allies to come and help. And so this entire thing, this entire blood rite is in honor of this soldier, and his name is Enalius. Okay. She also says something funny about how during the battle, the enemies, aka the like ancient beings, the Daglin, whatever, they seemed really intent upon reaching the stone at the top of the mountain, but we never really understand why. And they think that like the reason has been forgotten over time, but like that's a thing as well. Okay. We get a lot of just little battle scenes of them. They keep trying to like, they have to keep moving because they're gonna be killed if they stay in one place. So they're moving around. At one point, they take control of this bridge, and these warriors come up and they slice them to itty bitty ribbons. Emery is like, yeah, Valkyries. And Nesta's like, hell yes. And I'm not paraphrasing. They say those words. Okay, something finally does happen with Cassian and Azriel. They are still circling the castle. Cassian is complaining that he hates spying because it's just sitting around watching things. But that's when they see a small caravan pass by. And who is on a white horse? Eris. And Cassian is like, ugh, that idiot. He got captured by Breelin and is now under control of the crown. And Azriel, who is a trained spy, is like, look a little closer. Like, he still has Nesta's dagger on his side. If he was under her control, she would not give him a weapon. Azriel's like, it looks like he just straight up betrayed us. And so instead of going and rescuing him, why don't we just watch a little bit more and see what happens? Let's follow this caravan. And so they continue spying. The thing that Cassian hates. Back with the Valkyries, Gwen finally gets shot. Yes, she takes an arrow to the side. They're just, warriors just keep coming, all right? She gets shot and she's like, take it out of me. Just rip it out of me, because she's a badass. But they need to get to safety before they do that. They're fighting their way out, and Nesta pulls out a bow and arrow and like shoots something, like a rope, and they swing to safety or something. To which Emery is like, Nesta, Azriel never taught us how to use a bow and arrow. Like, we are swords only girls. And Nesta's like, I know. My sister did. Oh, so Feyre did kind of save the day. They managed to kill the last of the warriors. They rip the arrow out of Gwen, who, again, remember, can't heal because we're in the blood rite. They are pretty much out of food, almost out of water, and somehow limping and broken, they reach a point where they look up and they realize they're at the foot of Ramiel, the mountain they have to climb to win the blood rite. The girls immediately go to sleep, and when they finally do wake up, Nesta does the math and realizes that they got to the level of Oristian. So there are different levels within the blood rite if you want to survive, because there are so few winners. If you just like survive it, if you get to the foot of the mountain, you become this. If you live to tell the tale, you become this, you know? So that's what actually doesn't really matter, but that's what Balthazar, the warrior that helped them find the cave, he was like, listen, girls, I just want to get the title of Oristian so that I can become like a high-ranked official, and like, I want to peace out. Like, I don't want a piece of you. Leave me alone. Okay. So Nesta's like, girls, we became Aristians. And Emery is like, I could not give less of a shit. Like, this is the last day. We just need to survive this day and we're set. I don't care about titles. We're going to camp here and we're just going to play it safe. And Gwen, who, remember, hours before had been shot, wakes up and she's like, what did you say? She's like, you guys want to play it safe? You call yourself Valkyries? Emery is like, that is a very big mountain and you were very injured. Like, what are you talking about? I just want you to live. Gwen is like, is this living? Taking the safe road? Oh, Gwen, she says, I don't want to take the safe road. She pointed to the mountain, to the slender path upward. I want to take that road. I want to take the road that no one dares travel, and I want to travel it with you two, to prove to them, to everyone, that something new and different might triumph over their rules and restrictions. Nesta and Emery aren't impressed by that. They're like, girl, we don't have any food. And that path that you just pointed to, yeah, they call it the breaking. Okay? I've been broken once before, Gwen said, her voice clear. I survived it, and I will not be broken again. Not even by this mountain. We get Gwen's full backstory, which is as horrific as we thought it would be. There was an attack on her temple. She tried to protect everyone. She and some of her close friends ended up being raped. Her best friend was beheaded in front of her, and she was saved by the very last second. And the person who saved her? Azrael. He's the one who picked her up. She came to work at the library, but she didn't speak for 4 months. Eventually, she started working, and that work helped motivate her to get out of bed. And then Nesta arrived, and Gwen could tell that something horrible had happened to Nesta as well. And sort of without really understanding it, they kind of pushed each other to heal. Emery then shares her story of how she was beaten by her father, which we know, which is why her wings are all messed up. But her father also beat her mother and killed her. But Emery's like, if we're going to climb this thing, I'm going to climb it for my mom. Okay? Then it's time for Nesta to share. She told the two of them every horrible thing that she had done and thought and savored, told them of the cauldron and its terror and pain and power, told them the worst of her, so that if they decided to risk climbing that mountain with her, they'd go into it with their eyes open, so that they could choose to pull back now. But Gwen's hand slides into Nesta's. Emery gives her a little squeeze. And so Gwen is like, so we're climbing this baby. We're gonna win to prove to everyone that something new can be as powerful and unbreakable as the old rules. That something no one had ever seen before, not entirely Valkyrie, not entirely Illyrian, can win the blood rite. And Nesta says, no. We win to prove ourselves that it can be done. She bared her teeth in a feral grin at the mountain. We're gonna win the whole damn thing. Flashback now to Cassian and Azrael, who are trailing Eris, and next to him is this like hunched over hooded figure who we can only assume is Breland, right? They stop to make camp or something when Cassian decides to creep a little bit closer, and then he feels a little poke, and he turns around and it's Eris with a knife on his ribs. Back on the mountain, the girls are trying to climb, but it is not looking real hot. Emery fucked up her ankle. Gwen can barely walk. I think she's like, her cut's infected or something. They are tired. They don't have food. They don't have water. They're climbing an icy mountaintop called the Breaking. Okay? So it's not looking good. And then they turn around, and who's behind them? Like, not right upon them, but like in the distance and catching up. Emery's fucking cousin and co, who should have been dead and killed by that beast. Apparently not. But Nesta is like, I did not spend this entire book running up and down 10,000 steps of that house to not be able to climb a fucking mountain. Let's go. She like grabs Gwen, puts her arm around her shoulder, and like practically carries Gwen up the mountain. Quick flashback to Cassian. He's basically like, fuck you, Eris. And Eris is like, yada, 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 something, the Morrigan. Instead of saying Morrigan, he said the, which he never does. And that's when he realizes, oh, he's under Breelin's control. Okay? Ruh-roh. Flashback to Nesta. They have reached a point where Nesta's too tired to carry Gwen. And she's like, listen, I'm the only one out of the three of us. I'm the only one who has any strength left to fight. You guys are injured, but you can still hobble your way up to the top, okay? So I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna fight your cousin, and you guys are gonna make it out safely. Emery understands the logic of this. Emery is the only logical one in this entire book. She's like, I understand, I get this, I don't like it, but I understand, okay? Like, she really wants to make sure that at least one of them gets out alive, so she's like, I'll carry Gwen to the top. Gwen is pissed. We get a full sentence in all caps. Sarah J. Maas, she says like, there's gotta be another way. She is very angry that this would even be proposed. She's like, no dice, girl. That's not happening. She says, we're gonna face this together. Do you promise that we're gonna face it together? And Nesta and Emery are like, okay, girl. Yeah, let's die together. Like, I promise. And they all go in for a hug when Nesta just goes, poof, and she punches the exact point that Cassian taught her would like knock somebody out. So now we have an unconscious Gwen, and Emery's just looking at her like, Nesta's just like, Emery, you'll carry Gwen. And Emery's like, okay. And that's the end of that. Problem solved. Emery leaves all of the weapons that they've been collecting from all the people that they've killed. She leaves them with Nesta, and she says, by the way, Gwen will never forgive you for this. And Nesta just says, I know. Emery is like, last shot, girl, like, you can still come with us. And she says, no, just consider it repayment of a debt for being my friends, even when I didn't deserve it. Emery's face crumpled. There's no debt, Nesta. But Nesta smiled softly and said, there is. Let me pay it. Both of them are swallowing back tears when finally Emery hoists up Gwen, turns, and starts to walk away. Nesta turns to face the cousin who is fast approaching and begins her mind-stilling exercises. She did this until her heart became solid stone, and every inch of her body was hers to control. She was the rock against which the surf broke. These males would break against her too. The battle begins, jumping right into it. There were no hateful voices in her head, only the knowledge that her friends lay behind her, beyond the line she drew in the earth. She had no room for fear in her heart, only calm, determination, and love. And this is where we finally learn the name of the fucking sword. Ataraxia. What does it mean? Can you guess? You can't guess. It means inner peace. Meanwhile, Eris has brought Cassian and Azriel back to the camp. Remember that hooded figure that we thought was Breelin? It's Koshge, Koshai, It's him. It's the death god. Azriel, quick thinking motherfucker, grabs Eris and is just like, run. They're normally on the same page, well-trained soldiers, so that's all he usually needs to say. He shoots the fuck up into the sky, flies away like a bullet, bat out of hell, and takes Eris with him. Cassian goes to do the same thing, no hesitation, because right, they're trained soldiers. He knows the deal. He goes, and nothing happens. He has his powers somehow sucked away. And that's when Breelin comes out of the shadows, grabs his hand, and they winnow away. Flashing back to Nesta, who is absolutely kicking ass, okay? There's only one warrior remaining, and she looks back and she sees Emery climbing the summit. She's so close, and she's like, all right, Emery, I'm gonna kill your cousin. This one's for you. Her cousin, whose name is Bellius, I don't know if I said that. So Bellius starts talking some real nasty shit, but then he kind of falters because there's a flash of light. Gwen and Emery had touched the sacred stone and were winnowed away by its magic. They were the first women to ever win the blood right. Suck on that, Illyrians. Nesta turns back to Bellius and is like, oh, buddy, are you gonna cry because you didn't win? And he's like, I didn't want to win. I just wanna. And he launches himself at her. I'm not ashamed to say that even upon rereading this to make my notes, I teared up. I totally forgot that this scene happened. Bellius is about to kill her. And remember at the beginning of this battle, she was like, goal, save my friends. But then she realizes now that her friends are safe, she's like, well, shit, I want to live. Like, she's finally reached a point where she's like, damn it, I want to live, okay? So even though she's very clearly losing, she kind of pulls herself back up and she's like, all right, buckle up, buddy. Here we go. Bellius snorted. You really think you can beat me in hand-to-hand combat? Blood flowed from her nose, her mouth. But Nesta smiled anyway, its tang coating her tongue. I do. Bellius threw the first punch. Nesta blocked it. Bone crunched. Because my mate taught me well. She puts up a good, hard fight, but it's just not enough. At one point, she just starts crawling. She doesn't care how pathetic she looks. She knows that she's about to die, and Bellius draws his knife. Instead of stabbing her while she's on the ground, he kind of tries to pull her up, and he's like, I think I'd rather slit your throat. But then she saw wings. Another set of wings. Not Bellius's. Oh no. He falls to the ground, choking on his own blood, which reveals Cassian standing behind him. He offers her his hand, not to sweep her into his arms, but to help her rise, as he's always done. She gets to her feet and forgets her pain and just immediately goes to like bear hug this man. He holds her tightly against her chest and whispers tenderly into her bloody hair, no, I'm going to slit your pretty little throat. Twist of the century, motherfuckers. He's holding onto her so tightly and she's trying to get away because, like, understandably, she pulls back just enough to make eye contact with him, and somehow his eyes are able to communicate that he wants her to kill him. He's saying, kill me before I have to do this. Nesta is shoving against his chest, but he's just holding tighter, even though his eyes are saying something different. When a withered old voice says, he can't obey you, Nesta. He's mine now. This is when Briolin confirms that she has indeed been moving all of these chess pieces around the whole time. She basically wanted to talk to Nesta, but didn't want to meet her in a place where she could use her powers. So Bloodright did that, but also she knew that Nesta could still fight because Nesta's a badass, so she wanted to tire her out. So that's why she tricked the Illyrians into, fighting her. So now she's really tired, okay? Nesta is like, we are literally at the dead end of this Bloodright. I have been doing this for days. I've been tired, girl. Why did you wait so long? And she's like, yeah, well, little hiccup. I had to wait for Cassian. So she used Eris as a lure. You get this whole thing. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we are. She has used the crown to mind control Cassian, and Nesta doesn't have any power to fight back. Nesta is like, girl, why can't we just live in a peaceful little world? Why are you still doing this? Briolin is like, what peace can I have now? And she like gestures to her probably still hot old woman body, because everyone is hot in this world. She says, I want retribution. I want power. And she's like, here's the deal, girl. Give me the trove. I will turn myself back into a young hot person and I'll leave you alone. Which obviously doesn't sound true. Cassian has somehow managed to fight her power so much that he's able to say, don't. And Briolin actually looks quite alarmed by this. So she's like, okay, speed this thing up. She's like, listen, I found the key. It's Cassian. You won't let me hurt your mate, so give me the trove. And Nesta's like, no. And so Briolin sends some kind of like incredible pain to Cassian, who's like dying on the ground. And still, Nesta holds strong. And Briolin is like, damn it, I really thought that would work. Okay, Cassian, kill. Nesta had loved Cassian since she'd first laid eyes on him, had loved him even when she didn't want to. Even when she had been swallowed by despair and fear and hatred, had loved him and destroyed herself because she didn't believe she deserved him, because he was all that was good and brave and kind, and she loved him. Cassian's arm shook and Nesta braced herself for the blow, showing him her forgiveness, her unending, unbreakable love for him. But Cassian roared. And then the knife twisted in his hand, angling not towards her, but towards his own heart. Against the crown's hold, against a gasping Briolin, he chose to drive the knife into his own heart. Kill, she had said, but had not specified who. Thank God one of them is good as riddles. Someone in this whole goddamn book. Cassian. I mean, good work, but... As the sun rose over the horizon and Cassian's knife plunged into his chest, Nesta erupted with the force of the cauldron. The blood rite has ended. It's a new day. Nesta gets all her powers back. What brilliant timing. And Nesta literally erupts. It's described as an explosion, but she focuses it all on our dear Brialyn. She turns her young. She's like, here you go. You could have just fucking asked. Turns Brialyn young. And then the young hands turn to ash. The pretty face dissolves into nothing until all that was left of the queen was the crown on the ground. She turns around, having just disintegrated a queen, to find Cassian lying face down on the earth. She rushes towards them, obviously sobbing, and she starts praying. I don't even know to who. Then she tries to turn them over so that she can like press on the knife wound and hopefully somebody will come help any moment. When she finds the knife, unbloodied. He groaned, cracking his eyes open. I figured I should lie low while you did that. Nesta looks at him like, what the actual fuck? And bursts into tears. Yeah, he did a really theatrical like stab, but he didn't actually stab himself. Good work, Cassian. They get there literally 2 seconds. I kid you not. This isn't even, they don't even get a paragraph. They get 2 sentences. She's like, by the way, Cassian, I'm your mate. And he's like, yep, knew that. Glad you came to that realization. And they have this world-shattering kiss when all of a sudden, Mor and Azriel pop out of nowhere. And Mor just says, it's Feyre. Can we get a break? Can we get a break? This is what happens when you put nothing but smut in the first 2 parts of the book. We have to have all the plot in like 20 pages. I'm tired, Sarah. We get back to the river house and something is very wrong. Remember, Feyre isn't due for a couple more months, right? And there's just so much blood. Rhysand is crouched at Feyre's side and is gripping her hand in a panic. There's just pure terror on his face. Feyre is white as a sheet. She's breathing really shallowly. Their worst fear is confirmed. The baby is stuck and his heart is in distress because of it. The nurse is like, the baby is still so premature that like, even if we do manage to cut him out, it's probably not gonna live. But Feyre is like, I'm gonna die either way. So if that's the only chance of saving our baby, do it. And Rhysand is obviously like, no, but he also never says no to Feyre. So he's like communicating no through his eyes, but Feyre just looks at him and rolls her eyes and is like, do it, Magenta. Rhys is using all of his power to try to heal her, like simultaneously. The nurse is trying to cut her open and he is trying to heal her. And it gets to a point where the nurse is just like, Rhysand, you should really focus on just going into her mind and making sure she doesn't feel any pain, honestly. There was no sound when the tiny winged babe emerged until Rhys began screaming. Feyre is pretty much taking her last breaths. We are in Nesta's point of view, so she can see death lingering around all 3 of them. Because remember, she's death incarnate. That's like her power. And as death lurks forward, she's just like, not my sister. Cassian is trying to restrain Rhysand, which seems weird because they're all gonna die, so why not let them hug? But whatever. And then everybody turns around because Amren goes, oh shit. Nesta is standing there with the mask, the harp, and the crown. The thing that even one of them should kill a normal person, Nesta's wearing the entire dread trove. What good can come from this, Nesta? Nesta could hear death rattling in Feyre's chest, and Cassian could do nothing but watch as Nesta's fingers, still bloody and filthy from the right, drifted to the final string of the harp and plucked it. What is the 26th string of the harp? Time. Yes, time freezes. Nesta is able to still walk around, and she hears the voice that she heard way back at the bog. Remember how there was this like creepy but maybe nice female voice saying like, run, Nesta. Do you remember this? Okay, so it's here. And the voice is like, look at what you could be if you just used all of your powers, girl. And Nesta's like, no, this feels empty. I want to feel everything. We need those things in order to appreciate the good. Some days might be more difficult than others, but I want to experience all of it. Live through all of it with them. And that wise, soft voice whispered, "So live, Nesta." She goes over to her dying sister, kneels next to her. She can feel that the frozen time is about to start again. So she tells Feyre how much she loves her, which is something she has never said out loud before. LOVE is not in her vocab. Then she realizes that she doesn't actually know what to do. She's winging it, girl. So she just kind of like asks to the universe, if you show me how to save her, you can have it back. A soft, invisible hand brushed her cheek in answer. Time unfreezes. Everyone is like, how the hell did Nesta get over there? And they start to like run. Everyone's just like kind of chaotic when Amren is just like, stop. And they realize that Nesta is just kind of like in fetal position, rocking, saying, I give it back. I give it back. And that is when light begins to flow from Nesta's body into Feyre. The light glimmered down Feyre's arms, her legs. It suffused her ashen face, began to fill the room. Cassian's siphons guttered, as if sensing a power far beyond his own, beyond any of theirs. Cassian lets go of Rhysand, who has still this whole time been fighting, like, let me get to my wife. Cassian lets go, and Rhysand rushes to the bedside of his wife, who is now totally healthy. She's totally recovered. And I didn't mention this, but that light, it also went to the baby. So this child who was totally premature, didn't make any noise upon birth, is now a full-term, healthy, winged baby that's giggling. What? Mor starts sobbing because she's the one holding the baby, and the healthy boy starts crying for his mother. We get a cute family moment. Rhysand is hugging Feyre. Feyre's hugging the baby. It's great. And then he whirls to Nesta. He fell on his knees and took Nesta's hands in his, pressing his mouth to her fingers. Thank you, he wept, head bowed. And remember, Rhysand doesn't kneel for anyone, okay? This is a big deal. But it doesn't really last long because Nesta then falls to her knees and they hold each other tightly as they cry. Oh! By the way, Gwen and Emery, where are the heroes of the story? When they got winnowed to the river house. So they were like here the entire time, but they were like, this seems like a private moment, so we're just gonna chill in another room. So the girlies are here. They also had all of their injuries healed by the stone immediately, so that's cool. The baby's name is Nyx, N-Y-X, and was as beautiful as anyone could ever dream a baby to be. Cassian is holding him. They're like chucking him around like a football. Like everybody wants to touch this baby. So Cassian's holding him, loving it. But then Nesta kind of comes back in from probably putting the dread trove away. I don't know. And she's like, let's talk. He passes Nyx to Azriel. Azriel is petrified. He's holding something so precious that he's like, ah. But that's his problem. Cassian and Nesta head for the door. So turns out, update on Nesta's power, the cauldron took it all back as she offered. But she's like, but while that was happening, I could have sworn I felt something else stop the cauldron from taking it all. I think I have a little kernel of power left, and like I can't explain how or why, but that's something to think about. And Cassian is like, that could only be the mother. Like there's the cauldron, but then there's like a bigger god, and that's the mother, which certainly sounds like the person who's been talking directly to Nesta. So that's an interesting one. And then we get this detail. She's like, on top of that, using that little bit of power that she still has, right? Jesus Christ. I changed my body to match the Illyrian body that Feyre needed to give birth. So just in case, if we ever have kids, Cassian. And she's like, and I don't want them now, but like if and when my body will work. When did she get shape-shifting powers? To be an author, guys, and just to be able to write stuff to make it work. It's just, The power she has. And then she's like, also, I want a fucking obscene mating ceremony. I want it to be ornate. I want it to be sickening. And Cassian is like, Azriel and Moore would never let me live that down. And Nesta's like, okay, fine. And starts like digging around in her pockets where she finds like a crumbled old cracker, like the last of their food from the blood rite. And she's like, that's the thing, right? I'm supposed to give you food. Here, eat it. Be my mate. And he's like, okay, so like stupid over the top ceremony and a cracker are my two choices. And she's like, yep. So Cassian laughs and leans in to whisper in her ear, it will be a coronation, Nesta. We've still got some loose ends to tie up. Eris is also in the river house, was also not present for the birth. So Cassian chats, and what we learn is that Baron actually tortures Eris. Like, it's not even abuse, it's straight up like systematic torture. And so he's like, so yeah, I didn't break. Even with the crown on my head, I wouldn't, tell anybody anything. We're still allies. I held up my end of the bargain. Cassian is just still looking at him and he's like, I cannot figure this guy out. He's like, what happened? Like, why did you leave Moore at the border? Like, can you finally tell me? I'm sorry that I cut you off during the dance scene when we could have learned this, but can you tell me now? Like, I can't get over that. Eris says, it's not a story I'm going to tell you, of all people. And there's a hell of a lot more that we should be worried about because, hey guys, Death God is still on the loose. So Cassian's basically like, oh man, fuck this guy, okay? And he is about to leave where he turns around and is like, listen, I don't think you're a monster, Eris. I think you're a good guy, but you're just too much of a coward to act like one. This boy is getting his own book, I swear to God. And now we're back with Nesta. A lot of things have happened, all right? Rhysand just straight up gives her the House of the Wind. He's like, it likes you a lot more than it likes me. You can take it. And Feyre also painted a really badass portrait of Nesta and the ghouls during the blood rite. So she finally gets a piece of artwork hung in their ugly ass house. And kind of the last piece of the puzzle is Nesta goes to her father's grave. She's never been there before. And they're taking Nyx to meet his grandfather. So all the sisters are there. They're kind of all together, and then the sisters leave to give Nesta a moment by herself. She knows that she wants to say something, but no words come out. She realized her father had died for her with love in his heart, and she would do all that she could now to earn it, to deserve it. Not just his love, but that of those around her. Some days might indeed be difficult, but she'd do it, and she'd fight for it. And finally, the only words she can say out loud is thank you. A swift shadow passed overhead, followed by a whisper of wings, and Nesta didn't need to look to know who sailed high above, making sure all was safe. She found Feyre and Elaine waiting halfway down the hill, Nyx now dozing peacefully in Elaine's arms. Her sisters beamed, beckoning her to join, and Nesta smiled back, her steps light as she hurried down the hill to meet them. The end. That, my friends, was A Court of Silver Flames. This book is 800 pages. There it is. So I hope that telling the story, you guys can make up your own mind, and I hope that you enjoyed. This is probably going to be a 4-hour video. Thank you guys for being here. And also thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this. You can go to squarespace.com/caricanread to get 10% off of your first website or domain. It will be linked down below. So thank you always for supporting this channel. So yeah, that was A Court of Silver Flames. That was Nesta and Cassian's romance. Now I'm going to take these off of my wall because I have been sleeping under this cursed Furby for like a month and I can't do it anymore. I'll catch you guys later, okay? Love you always so much. Bye.